Ask them to do a spread, a reading on the event. The more spiritual eyes focus from the physical realm draws more attention in the physical realm from the spiritual side of this work. Other things that can accelerate the power transfer is for all of the people to get this video. I'm going to post on my page, on my Facebook and my Instagram. And it's to call my power back to me. Every woman should be listening to it at 5:10, either AM or PM. You can do both or you can do one. But to call my power back to me with the intent to receive power back to us by our elders and heirs that's going to be in Philadelphia. I hope this makes sense. And if anybody don't understand, please put the question in the comment while I'm looking at the comments as we go. The tribes have a structure of redemption through the oral tradition that's not written on paper. The only way we know how to follow the oral tradition of redemption, we have to know who the other chiefs are. Because the other chiefs, that's not the finisher. If y'all want to know who the finisher is, ask Taj Tariq Bey who the finisher is. With that being said, the restoring of the power, you have to know who the chiefs is because they're going to vex public grievances through news, media, arts, entertainment, and literature. The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams told me it was up to me to put it all back together. State of Emergency by Kawanza Kunjufu declared the tribal state of emergency. If you don't have these books, you need them in your collection. Yes, the reason why 5:10 is the hour to call your power back is because the main part of the event is 5:10. Right? And it's supposed to be a 3-day event, so at least run it for 3 minutes. Right? Run the call my power back to me for 3 minutes. Again, you don't have to look for it now because I'm gonna make it easy for y'all to get because I'm gonna post it on my Facebook and my Instagram as soon as I'm finished with this transmission because this is a public notice to all tribal mothers and women more than the men. I will give the men instructions what we need to be preparing for later in the communication. Okay, now when y'all understand that y'all calling y'all power back, this is going to send a beacon of spiritual return into the spirit realm. As the energy focuses on Philadelphia for Mother's Day, all of the spiritual eyes of the readers have drawn all of the spiritual eyes of the watchers to one location. When y'all do this, nothing can stop it from taking place. Nothing can stop it from happening. Yep, that's the end of the month too. Notice that. So Into Wisdom said on May 30th to 31st, the Roots are having a Roots picnic in Philly. All connected. Yes, it's all connected. As soon as you see 30, that's truths and vogues. That's truth off the Blue House. The 31 is the mirror flip for 13, which is the seal of the Queen Mother. You can see it either way. It's still the same number. 13, 31. 31 is backwards 13. 13 is the Queen Mother seat because it's 12 daughters of Isis that represent the 12 regions of the earth. The central mother figure is the one who sits on the sacerdotal seat as Isis, but she might not stay there. Most of the time, once the power is returned back to the women, because this is not our first rodeo, When the power is returned back to the women, she normally passes her responsibilities off to one of her second in command, and then she go back to her private life. That's not uncommon. That's very normal. Most of us that's been putting in work, like Bobby Hemmett, when we get done with the work, we have to go back into our private lives, and because we performed the function the tribe required of us to perform. Because nobody else understood what had to be done, then because I was the only one that knew what to do, it became my responsibility to perform the function of leading us back to the matriarchal return. This is not personal, it's just family business. I just so happen to love my family enough to take family business extremely personal. And so we are working as a team, even though it don't look like it. There have been waves of chiefs saying, hey, this is what you need to look at. In music, it was Tupac. Tupac is Tupac Amaru from the Inca Empire. Old Dirty Bastard, Chief Crazy Horse. He's Big Chief Horse of the Shinnecock Nation, but he's using Crazy Horse energy to tell us what shame on her, trying to run game on her, to tell us what it means. Chief Zolo, you know the Zolo dog from Mexico. Chief Zolo, you called him Darkman X, aka Earl Simmons, I think it was. But he was the Chief Zolo. Notorious B.I.G., who you knew as Christopher Wallace, was Chief Sitting Bull in the return. The reason you know he Chief Sitting Bull because he was born a Taurus. And if you Google Biggie or Christopher Wallace seated, you're going to see that he's been sitting in a chair telling you he's Sitting Bull his entire life since he started taking what he would futurely project as celebrity um, archival photographs. Now, Michael Jackson is not a regular guy. He is the one that we refer to as carrying Archangel Angel Michael's signature energy of successful communication. This successful communication also gives us instructions. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? It's a whole world coming together now. Can you feel it? Right? If you don't know what to do, let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you the way. Right? And some of y'all still got confused. So he told you, you just another part of me. If you can understand what I'm telling you, we can come together as one. Right? Okay. William 5292 Hall would like for me to repeat the name of the books that I went over earlier. Chancellor Williams, Destruction of Black Civilization, gave me the instructions of what I needed to put back together. State of emergency was Kwanzaa Kunjufu, declaring a state of emergency on behalf of the elders that don't know what to do and put it in public domain as a book. The book gives you the reason for the state of emergency, and then he offers suggestions in the second part of the book. The second part of the book is not as valuable as when he's telling you what he's declaring a state of emergency about, right? The more grievances, the destruction of the black child. I think that's Haki Madhubuti, but I'm not sure because there's a couple of them that deal with this issue. But the destruction of black boys is a 3-volume set. Get that, because you need to understand the grievances that we had. I had to answer. These are elders telling me what to do without saying, right, do this. You the one with the skills. The ancestors left us a message. The one who knows the way must lead the path. Now, um, another one is Dr. Amos Wilson, Blueprint for Black Power. Talks about the restructuring and rebuilding of our communities. Also, anything Claude Anderson wrote, you need it. Black labor, white wealth. Um, what else he write? Is the main one. Because the biggest thing you need to understand that at the turn of the century in 1900, the majority of Ayers land belonged to us. By the time he wrote the book, that's not the story anymore. Now, tribally, nobody can buy or sell land. We don't own the land. The land hires us as caretakers of it. And the ones responsible to clean it up has to find the solutions. It's not up to the German Americans to clean up America. It's not up to the Mongolian Americas to clean up America. It's not up to the Chinese American to clean up America. It's not up to anybody other than the original tribes of the land's responsibility. That being said, we have a common culture on the land that as long as you worship under your own vine and fig tree, then you are allowed to unite with the people with the similar ideology and form a cohesive and functional tribal unit, and y'all can internally police yourself. We're going to be rolling out so many community projects on the turnaround after this flip on Mother's Day. The programs that's going to be rolling out is going to be there to teach us how to get back to who we are in light of being systematically, I don't want to say brainwashed because they contaminated it. They didn't wash it. What we doing now is washing it when we getting the bullshit out. So what we need to do next is we need the men. You want to know what you need to do? It's teenage boys running around your community with no direction and purpose, and you can't stand them motherfuckers. You call them YNs. They walk around with their ass hanging over their belt loop, with the gun in the waistband, like a motherfucker can't walk up and snatch it out, right? You got OGs from their sets that they respect. That's who we have to get the youth under control. They not gonna listen to my old gray ass, and I'm not their OG. So we need to find every OG from every hood to tell him it's time for us to get these boys in order. These boys got to be in order because we have to protect these women that's protecting these babies. Because on the interim government, the first thing you're going to be put to death for is raping babies out the gate. You getting shot in your damn head for raping babies. It's not going to be you're not getting second chances. You're not going to get to rape 2 or 3 babies. If you rape the first one, you're getting a bullet in your head. And I'm telling y'all now, we're not going to be under the U.S. corporate fiction masquerading as your government. Ain't going to be nobody to call but us. And we going to be responsible for our local community, and we got to teach people how to come to our community with respect and when to respect our community while they in them, and to leave with that same respect. But if you get caught raping a baby, trust me, your ass is going to die. There's no second chances. You're going to fucking die. Somebody gonna put something in your head and splatter your goddamn brains from here to hell and back. I'm telling you now, the matriarchy has zero tolerance for child abuse. The doulas, the ones that's going to be what we would call today a childhood counselor. We don't use counselors. We use our doulas that specialize in childhood development to help the mothers to set up a structure for each child separate, because all children are not the same. And if the doulas organize these children's mothers' schedule with the baby, the mothering improves and that heals the future. We have to heal the future. We focused on the children. When I started this, some of the children that I went to redeem are now adults, but they fall within the qualified age bracket as a qualified heir, because they was children when I started the work. But what y'all see later on, what I'm talking about, that's not as important as us understanding how to focus spiritual energy to Philadelphia. Now, for the sisters in Philadelphia, there's something called Sage the City. And you dress in white and y'all just walk down the street burning y'all sage sticks, y'all sage smudge, y'all sage incense all over. Philly should smell like it's been overrun by sage everywhere you turn if you properly sage the city. These are stuff that we can do spiritually to ensure the success of the physical response. We really don't want no police or national guards there. We want the brothers to be the security for the sisters. But I don't know how it's going to play out. If the people are not functioning properly, we do have the recourse to request National Guard for security, and I hope we don't have to do that. I hope we don't need, well, ain't going to be no police around. They got to get somewhere and get low because they are part of the enemy's army occupying the land, and they going to jail. I'm telling their ass now, if you want us and you own the force, you need to go get deputized by a duly elected common law sheriff, not an administrative sheriff. If you want to be in law enforcement, and get the fuck off the police force, because they going to prison for treason and for infiltrating the government masquerading as the law. The police don't belong here. I'm just telling y'all now. Yep, the return of the front porch. All of the elder women used to sit on the porch to watch the children play in the streets. In the city. In the country, they sit on the front porch and watch them play in the field. The mothers have the first right to reclaim earth from tyranny. At the close of the age and the dawning of the new age, the mothers have the right to lay a foundation that's going to make sure that the next 7 generations of children are tended to. It's up to the elders now to teach people that's way smarter than us how to find the information they need to solve the problem they're working on. We can't tell them how to live in the future because we won't be here, they will. But we can tell them how to discover and give them litmus tests to determine the value of the information or the research study result. We can give them an understanding of how government operates. Government's only function is supposed to be administration of resources. They're not supposed to be in micromanaging your life as they do. You shouldn't even need police if you properly secured your community and your youth. Most of us couldn't do it due to the pangs of poverty. Poverty was weaponized against the tribes of the land. We were told that they can't do business with us. No foreigners that come here can do business with us. They can't sell us land. They can buy all the land we willing to sell, but they can't sell us land. They also were told that they could set their business up among us if we allow it, and that they don't have to share the respect of the community they work in. That's done. You can use the time frame also. If you can't make it to Philly on the Sage the City, you can still sage at between 5:10 to 5:13 because it's still drawing spiritual energy to the event. The more spiritual energy drawn to the event, the more of the matriarchs come online. As they come online, they first going to experience downloads. These downloads are going to come across as visions, um, geometric formation in odd places like tree leaves. They might see the whole outline of a giraffe in a pack of trees and wonder why they see it when they couldn't see it before. They're going to be feeling more affectionate to family and loved ones. And they're going to have more ready answers at solving problems as they come online. And this is all part of the great awakening on earth. So now that we've come full circle with marching the matriarchs across the land spiritually, it's got to happen in the physical. We already did the Curtis Jackson Unbreakable Conjure, which was called the March of the Mayors. The receipt on my Facebook somewhere. But when I download all my Facebook data, I'll be able to share all this stuff with y'all because I have to put it in the order and all that. But some of it be hard to find. But we already did. Let me tell y'all about the Curtis Jackson Unbreakable Conjure. It's 50 Cent, by the way. The Curtis Jackson Unbreakable Conjure. There was an old conjure man in New Orleans named Curtis Jackson. Curtis Jackson heard a rumor that there was an invasion taking place in New York. So he moved in the old days to New York so he can be born on the battlefield. This is why 50 act like he act. And he would teach the conjure to key chiefs, but they have to figure out how it works. So I figured out how the Curtis Jackson Unbreakable Conjure work. It works every time without fail. And I'm going to tell y'all how it works. You get 50 sisters that represent each of the 50 states. Well, it's like 51 or 52 actually. And they got their first name and their first initial have to be the same in first initial as the name of either the capital city of the state or the state itself. Some of them have actual names of the city or state as a name. That's even more power added. Now, once they all speak up for the March of the Mayors to be represented, now it's a turnaround time. Because of the weight and the size of the 50 Cent, the Curtis Jackson Unbreakable Conjure, it roughly takes about 5 to 6 years to manifest. We done this in 2019. And it was on Facebook with all of the sisters that came in to reclaim the matriarchy. Because the tribal order is a matriarchal structure. Also, y'all need to be aware that all of the people that came over here as settlers didn't come hostile. Some of the other peoples of the world sent matriarchs over here to support the return of the matriarchy. So you have matriarchs with pale faces that represent different nations of Europe. And they came over here to break the curse that was started over there. The curse that they came to break was from John D. That's tied to the George Washington challenge conjure, which is the blood of Crispus Attucks to write a secondary constitution to seize power from the matriarchs. Under the cloak of the Ellis Island immigration, a sizable portion of European witches who were significant key factors in exiling the exiles that came over here from Europe came because they wanted them off the planet. These sorcerers that they were fighting, commonly y'all would call them warlocks, but they sorcerers. A warlock is not a person, it's a condition. When we had spiritual war, the coffers of Big Mama's bank is closed to prevent the plunder by outsiders. Now, the event on Mother's Day is the breaking open of Big Mama Bank. Now, this is supposed to be done in May because on July the 3rd at 11:59, that's the last minute that they are allowed to put Federal Reserve notes into the public domain. And 12 midnight, which is the first second of July the 4th, which marks the 250-year conclusion to the conjure, which is the usufruct period, by the way. This, the Trump notes activate 12 midnight on the 3rd going into the 4th. The Trump notes activate. The Trump notes are all backed by gold. Because if the Federal Reserve note is blocked out of international trade and transactions, the BRICS nations have in effect damned the dollar home to die. Tribally, we had to know what the remedy was. So if y'all been watching me for a while, y'all will remember I told y'all that we had to, in order to go to Big Mama Bank, we had to crash to see the dollar crash, and we had to see a gold-backed currency suffer as an interim currency. It's not permanent. The tribal mothers of the land are going to assign artists to design the new currencies. And there's going to be a structure in place for everybody to learn how to set up a family bank and a family trust. The access to the wealth is going to be favored to your children, not the adults. Y'all need to be aware of that as soon as possible. Y'all inheritances will favor the child over the adult because we are building the future, we not building the past. The future is contingent on proper education, financial literacy, and general self-awareness of what you do with wealth. The study was done through the lottery system of how people respond when you give them more money than they can imagine having in their life. The first major development is a brother out of New York who had won the lotto for $40 million. And 1 year later, he was $40 million in debt. That's the equivalent of losing $80 million. So they knew that we couldn't just give people money willy-nilly. We had to give them what's called a process. The process allows you to understand money and the mechanics of money that doesn't tie you to debt. because you are your own debtor in your own bank. And there is a trickle out of the wealth of the land to the tribes systematically. And it's depending on your number of family members, is how fast your wealth will be turned back on. There are people from other places that won't be allowed to get their wealth from this place. They will have to go back home if they want their whatever bloodline they from. They'll have to go back home to get their wealth. The ones who are from other places that's here that will get their wealth are the assistants that came to ensure the return of the matriarchy. It don't matter what she looked like. The matriarchy never dealt on favoritism by skin color, height, weight, or any of that. The matriarchy is merit based. It's not like patriarchy. It's not even it's so different that it's difficult with your understanding of patriarchy for you to grasp what's taking place. But government is going to be downsized and isolated to your local city, county, and state government. State government is going to eventually fade away, and your county government is going to become territory of some type. All of these lines of demarcation have to change under the matriarchy. They don't have to be instantly changed, but over time, they have to rename the areas of the land. Expect the name of your state, city, or county to change as the power structure shifts. Yeah. So when you think about a matriarchy, don't think about how government is ran that you've been conditioned with, because this has been a fox role government the whole time. They assumed jurisdiction and took power through sorcery and conjure magic. Because I exposed they conjure magic to the masses, it no longer have effect on the masses. That's using the 100 monkey effect until we reach critical mass of awareness to neutralize all of the blood rights. The reason we know that is we have to step up is because everybody damn near in DC is tied to Epstein files, Podesta files, the Wiener laptop, and the Hunter Biden files. Those are the major blocks of that's including so many of the high profile officials that we have to change the government. We don't have a choice. The second reason why we have to change the government is because as soon as Barack Hussein Obama, Barry Del Sotoro, took power, he ended the constitutional government because he was a foreigner. And the only way that the Constitution can come to an end if we, the people, allow a foreigner to take the highest office in the land, which is Commander in Chief of the Armed Forces. The third reason that we are obligated to step up to reclaim everything is because of the rampant child abuse and forced parental neglect by bitter parents, one side or the other. I got a grievance for the men on the child support issue and the mothers blocking fathers out of children's lives. But I got the same grievance from the other side of the field from single mothers who've been trying to get fathers, deadbeats, to participate. So we're going to be doing fatherhood training and classes all over the country. We're going to be doing motherhood training and classes all over the country. We are going to be recruiting the local mothers with experience to teach the inexperienced mothers in a controlled learning environment. We're going to be using fathers who've raised sons, grandsons, and the boys in their neighborhood to teach fatherhood to the ones who don't know how to be a father. Because we have to turn the hearts of the children back to the parents as their first beacon of guidance. The boys had been being corrupted by the same people that was corrupting the girls. They was equal opportunity opportunists preying upon our children in our face, behind our back. The mothers will be given instructions on the homeschool teamwork program. There is, if you look up something called the Other Bush Family, it's going to be a lady whose children graduated from college, your sister. We will be requesting her services to teach mothers how to turn their homes into learning rich environments for the children because she has the track record and the evidence to prove that her system works, her children. Other mothers need that information. The school system, as you know it, will not be coming back online in August. Melania Trump already did the announcement. So this is the last year of sending your child to hell. Now we're going to send them to the proper education, but they're going to be educated by mothers. That's children is part of this program too. It's not going to be strangers raising our children. In the curriculum, we will have curriculum derived from the most effective learning um, um, fields possible. Example, we might use Howard Steffenberg's mega reading to teach speed reading. You have a guy named what's this guy name? Kevin Trudeau. And he got a system called Mega Memory to teach you how to remember and recall information. Memory is a muscle that must be trained. And they also have another associate whose name escapes me right now, who has something called Mega Math, Accelerated Alternative Learning of Math. Now, those are just a couple of things. Skilled trades will be hardwired into fatherhood rites of passage programs. Boys will only be trained by the mothers until they're 13. When they're 13, they will be entered into rites of passage programs. The rites of passage programs is to train boys to be men and give them skills to be builders in a local community. I have to find solutions to all of the grievances. A lot of chiefs gave me a lot of grievances. Eazy-E wanted me to investigate HIV as a form of biochemical warfare. And he was co-signed by Irvin Magic Johnson, who don't got AIDS, by the way, and don't got HIV, and never had it. But he had to put the grievance in the public domain. All of the tribes in places like Chicago, when I say tribes in Chicago, I'm talking vice lords, stones, folks, LSD conglomeration. Brothers of the struggle, we know who we are. The OGs visit the local set and talk to the local set leader and ask them if they would be willing to learn how we was deceived into killing each other. And I will gladly come down there and explain the whole COINTELPRO to Rex 84 operations. I would gladly tell them all that we was all family and the way that we solve problems with fist fights, not bullets. Because we was infiltrated by people that looked like us, but wasn't us. who taught us to kill each other, hoping that we would self annihilate so that they can assert their rights to seize our natural born inalienable birthright to return back to tribal government when the corporate government failed. It has miserably failed and has not been of valuable service to anybody but itself. It is a cancer on our people. So there is remedies in place for everything we face with. And it's up to us to begin to implement remedies, to utilize our spiritual awareness, to draw spiritual attention to help us to solve physical world problems. As long as the spiritual energy is scattered and you're not using it in a focus, it's wasted. It's wasted. It's Humpty Dumpty, wasted potential. The focus of the oracles is the first thing. They have to see it in their spiritual lenses to know that spirit sees it too. So that's why the women or anybody, you don't have to be a woman um to donate to a tarot reader, to or an oracle reader or a horoscope reader to do the science for that day. You just need a female reader first. It don't mean male readers can't read on the topic, but the feminine energy is the force of creative will called Shakti. Women have stronger control over Shakti energy and can assist in the recovery process in the spirit side of things incrementally greater than a man in increments of 10 to 100, depending on the woman. The more women support one matriarch, the more power they concentrate. As they begin to concentrate their powers, it raises the output of mitochondrial energy when it reaches maximum mass, because we passed critical mass, now it's about to erupt. When it get to the maximum and all that mitochondria turn up, we have heaven on earth. We don't feel misery no more. All we feel is love and compassion. It's the activation of what Larry told us was the first law of the universe, love. The activation of the first law of the universe using the first law of nature, which is self preservation, and the second law of nature, which is preservation of one species and one kind, primarily through procreation, but it also goes into the third law of nature, which is the securing of the offspring. They tied together. It's like having them both in the same law. So if we use these principles as the guiding force and the focal point to become successful in restoring Earth's balance by restoring the matriarchy to its proper position, for some of the tribes, y'all will better know it by studying the Longhouse. The women of the Longhouse, those were our politicians. Men's didn't indulge in politics because we was too busy raising boys and going on outings in the wilderness in order to teach them how to survive off the fat of the land. We did not have time for politics. We was raising warriors. And this is why the war lasted so long, because we came in waves to the Seminole Wars in Florida and the Huguenot Wars in Louisiana. The Conquistador Wars on the West Coast stopped the Western Indians from migrating east because they started getting attacked from them first destruction of the Califia Castle, where Alcatraz sit. Now, I don't know if it's anything else. So, Sister Atari Elohim, She said, if anyone in here is from Cali, please add me. I'm trying to see who else is gamed up. I don't see any questions. So, um, let's see, I'm looking back over here. Yeah. So I'm gonna log off now. If anybody want to come up in the after class Q&A, give me about 5 minutes, and I'm gonna reboot back up for the Q&A side. So uh, this is the conclusion of focusing the spiritual energy. I can't think of nothing else. We still have to pay bills until we empower. When the bills get turned off, that was a good question, Divinity's Beauty. The bill's gonna get turned off. It's gonna be announced as a moratorium on mortgages. It's gonna be a moratorium on rent. It's gonna be a moratorium on light, water, and gas. The reason why they're not gonna be allowed to put people out of their house is because they won't be allowed to immediately move into another place to be self-sufficient. So eventually a lot of people gonna leave the inner city for the country, but a lot of people gonna stay. So um Helen 06256 says same from Chicago, family, link up. So um the either the president or the matriarch, I don't know which one gonna make the announcement. But once we resume tribal government, and be prepared in the position, because we prepared. We have enough heirs to fill the 109 seats just off the ones that came to me. And the ones that came to Empress as heirs looking for redemption of their birthright. So first we had to spiritually give them back to themselves. Now we can call them forth to receive their heritable birthright. And this is mainly what this is about, opening the vault to the birthrights. But the process had to be put in place. And you can't do it without a process. Some of them went through their process while we was doing the work. So they already been through the training, the educating, the teachings, the character building exercises. They've been through all that, right? But we need community support from the tribes, from the ceremonial tribes, from the adopted tribes, and the tribes that don't know they tribes, like your UAW locals, your steel worker local. Y'all got a highest ranked female in y'all local is y'all clan mother. If you in the corporate side of it and you face with unions, the highest ranked executive on your board is your matriarch. The highest ranked female executive on your board is your matriarch if you have a corporate structure. Just letting y'all know how to identify who's who. Now, you have clubs called one percenter clubs. They matriarchal. They club mother is they clan mother. They know who they is. I don't gotta tell them. But I'm just have to put this out there so y'all understand this is not about who's staying on the land and who leaving. That part didn't even come up yet. This is about first we gotta catch this falling government before we all be out in the cold with no lights, no gas, and no water. That's the first thing we gotta do. The government is gone. There's no government here. There's no means by which to successfully allocate resources throughout the community because the Federal Reserve is gone. The United States Corporation is gone. And the only people based on treaty agreements, based on blood quantum birthright on the land, is the tribes have to step up with a tribal government because we was on a one-to-one basis with the dead government. It's now defunct. So what do? We have to give community support so that we can unlock everything. This is not just for us over here in this country. By us doing our due diligence here, we unlocking Africa for Africans, Asia for Asians, Europe for Europeans, Australia for Australians, right? Who else? Ain't nobody left. The 12 regions of Earth is covered by the 12 daughters of Isis. And Big Mama is the 13th seat. The 13th seat is required when you receive the matriarchy because somebody have to call the tribal mothers to order in order to realize that the government gone. Oh shit, what we gonna do? We have to reform an interim government first. That's the first order of business. But we first have to call enough heirs to authorize it. We have to call enough bloodline descendants of the land to authorize the next phase. This is what it's all about. Yep. And once y'all get that understood, it makes it so much easier to get the word out and to get the community support and to help Empress organize the event. Right? If you have a specialty you want to offer, email the legacy committee and offer your services for Mother's Day if you're going to be there, if you choose to. Somebody got to help with entertainment because you know how we do. We going to be so happy that the shift takes place that we going to be singing, swinging, getting merry like Christmas. We need a tobacco chief because he got to be over where we going to smoke at because we can't smoke over the children, right? So we need a tobacco chief where we can have a tent set up for the adults to go smoke in, right? And Kelly just posted the email to the legacy committee. I'm about to pin it, if they let me. Yeah. So you're gonna see a lot of the improvements in healthcare. Healthcare, they ain't gonna you don't need insurance for healthcare. Healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. You can't regulate a right, you can only regulate a privilege. And that's why this is so important because what these tribal mothers is doing is not a privilege. This is a right. And you don't have no right you're not willing to exercise. They exercising their right to restore the matriarchy. They exercising it. We need all the help we can get. I don't know what to do as far as who can go where to do what. I don't know. Y'all know what y'all capable of doing to aid and assist. This is the righteous endeavor. So anybody willing to aid and assist, all aid and assistance of any kind will be welcome. Just please don't come with no bullshit. Please don't come with no bullshit because we're going to bust bullshit in the head out the gate. We're telling you now. The brothers that's going to be there securing the women, hopefully they all FOI and like that, and Bloods, Crips, Vice Lord, Stones is organized. Hopefully it's them securing the women so we don't need no police. That's what I'm hoping for. Them old SOIs of the Ansar community. Them who we hope and secure the area for the women. We don't want police. We don't want the National Guard. The National Guard is for an emergency. This is not that kind of emergency. This is just the government gone. We got to go do something. That's all. And we don't want none of the rogue agents and operatives present. If they're not coming to give honors to the matriarchy and to offer their services to the matriarchy, we don't want them there. If you want to donate, the legacy committee, you can email them and they'll give you all of the donation information for Empress. I don't need anything for my services to be available for Empress on the days. But I accept donations because it's the kindness of your heart. But I don't need y'all. I'm not the focal point, right? The focal point is the big mamas and the support for the big mamas to reclaim our birthright. This is not something that um we guessing. We follow the structure and we use as the template the continuity of government FEMA document to follow the progress by watching what the president do and what parts of the government that is dismantled. So now the Federal Reserve is dismantled, the IRS is dismantled, the corporate United States is dismantled. The Senate and Congress have proved to be uh, blood sucking, baby raping predators. They cannot sit in those seats any longer. That's a done deal, right? So for y'all in Kentucky, too crafty action for Kentucky mamas to link up with her. If you're in Kentucky, too crafty is saying mama's from Kentucky. Where you at? She wants y'all to holler at her. Um, yep. That's when they usurp. When they move, um, when they moved the Congress from Congress Hall to DC was to transfer power to the corporation. We have to using the law, the grandfather clause. The last time we had a functional government before the interim rogue government took over was assembled in Congress Hall. They was ran out of there by a curse that was put on the hall that only could be broken if Empress Rarebird showed up and sat in that sacerdotal seat to call to order the matriarchs of the land. The curse was broke in a whole separate room um, by I keep forgetting her name, Rosalind Napoleon. She was the one channeling the curse that the ancestors put on the building and made it where the invaders couldn't stay. She channeled the message back, and then they played it for me, and I told her what she was talking about. That is on TikTok for y'all looking for. Go to TikTok, Empress Rarebird, and in Philadelphia. And the old videos will come up and probably some clips from some new stuff. But you'll see her when she went to Philadelphia. It was all done in the public domain following the structure and order of tribal government. So using the grandfather cause, we have to go back to the last time we was operationally functional, and that would be taking us back to before they switched power from Congress Hall in Philadelphia to the pseudo Congress in DC. Now, the background on Congress Hall, remember earlier when I talked about the Curtis Jackson Unbreakable conjure called the March of the Mayors? A Congress of Mayors is when a group of mayors in the wild come together to give birth to offspring. In this case, the Congress of Mayors is the meeting of town mothers because all of the mayor seats in every city before colonization was the town mother's seat, and they never changed the name from the town mayor. The male counterpart was just the judge of the court that she used to send you to, and his clerk would read into the public domain the public record of what everybody to read on the town square for a period of time so everybody in the town had a chance to hear it. It's the same principle applied. Once every so often, they have a march of mayors to address an issue to make sure that somebody's resources are allocated for a function. So let's say that they wanted to build a new high rise building. You wouldn't need a private surveyor You could go to the matriarchy with a plan, a program, and if they see it fit, they'll put it on the agenda. If you can't fund it locally, and then you forward it to Big Mama, and they will take up a certain amount of complaints or deeds that they all need to get together for, and they will review them in a matriarchal council and approve or disapprove it based on the first thing is how does it affect the children, the second thing is how does it affect the earth. From there, they'll green light or red light. If they green lighted, they say, go ahead, get this done, and this is how much that the matriarchy is willing to put behind it. And with your local money, this is should be enough to cover it. So you never be coming directly out of pocket for community programs and projects. The community and programs was always paid for out of Big Mama Bank, which you would call it the federal bank, the national bank. All of the Big Mama banks around the land used to be connected until they started calling it plantation money and stopping us from doing trade with it. When they stopped us from trading in what they call plantation money, they only allow us to trade in the reserve note. At the time, it was a treasury note and it was backed by silver or gold. And so the gross national product, whatever the local tribe produces, how they back their currency. So the big mamas of the land was different custodians of family resource centers to allocate resources to the families. What we see in this government is not government. It's occupation of a foreign belligerent force imposing their will upon we the people. We the people have not been in control since like 1780. And by 1800, they had ran their ass out of Philadelphia because that curse was whooping them too bad. So they set up shop in D.C. and put all of the sigils on the ground to try to block out the magic of the people so that they won't be able to see the dirt going on. But once it's been exposed to the public, it has no effect anymore. And that's why today the president, the White House, issued I think it was a tweet. And let me tell y'all what he said. It was one sentence. World's most powerful reset. President DJT. World's most powerful reset is how he labeled it. That was his answer to us calling the matriarchs to crack the vault in Philadelphia. Now, since y'all want to know what the wealth looked like, watch Nicolas Cage in um, National Treasure 1 and 2. And you'll get to see when he go under the caverns between New York and DC, all of the wealth in all forms of artifacts and gold and trinkets and shit. But the movie is based on something that's real. It's not based on, we needed to know how to find Big Mama's coffers. It took us to the 33rd parallel. It took us to North Carolina. And it took us to Big Mama Bank Treasury across the street from a Federal Reserve Bank. I think it's not in Charlotte. I'll tell y'all where it's at. Okay, I don't have it in there. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, it was. I just seen it. Shelby. It's in Shelby, North Carolina. This is it. And if you see it got the ISIS wings over the window. So we tracked Big Mama's bank down. They gave Empress the banking seals. The banking seals is the codes to unlock the bank. And the codes is tied to her blood. When they checked her blood, this is why they gave her the paperwork, because she's the heir that they agreed to do business with according to her genetic makeup. I don't know, Cat 747, what the baby is doing. You have to tell us a little bit more about that. Yep, like Shelby Mustang, this is the year of the fire horse. I didn't even think about that connection to just now because we was talking about it. I was talking about it with Empress last night on our briefing, and I was telling her Shelby is a Mustang. But look, it's not just a Mustang; it's a Mustang Cobra. Shelby is a Mustang Cobra. Shelby was the maker of the Mustang Cobra. Yeah, the fast back. That's me and Empress, the red horse, blue horse. The blue horse is Lucifer in Colorado by the airport. Fire horse coming in hot. You can't make this shit up. Ashley too crafty. What's going on? Yeah. So let me get ready for the Q&A. I think I got everything in here that we needed to know for today. I'm going to be doing updates leading up to it. Either here, Young Elder, Dr. Kia, Black Magic, wherever I'm at, every time y'all see me from this point forward, it's going to be more information on how to help focus on this program, right? So let me end this so I can start my Q&A. This is the 950, 9 flip 650 on a homeward bound flip. Off a rise of the divine feminine from a journey home group. Off of a Al Kupt. The highest priest in the Coptic church is Al Kupt. Al Kupt is Malachi Z. York. Malachi Z. York is the master teacher, aka Melchizedek, the Sufi order of the green light. The green light mean go. So in this episode, I have to tell y'all how to focus as much spiritual energy for success on the transfer of power to the matriarchs. The transfer of power will be taking place Mother's Day weekend in Philadelphia. So, the most powerful thing we can do, everybody who has a female tarot reader that's their favorite on one of these platforms, give them a donation. Don't ask them to do it for free. Give them a donation. And when you give them the donation, ask them to do a reading about the matriarchal return to Philadelphia Mother's Day weekend. I hope y'all got that. I'm going to say it again. Have the tarot readers, the oracle readers, the ones who talk to spirit, offer them a donation. Ask them to do a spread, a reading on the event. The more spiritual eyes focus from the physical realm draws more attention in the physical realm from the spiritual side of this work. Other things that can accelerate the power transfer is for all of the people to get this video I'm going to post on my page, on my Facebook and my Instagram. And it's to call my power back to me. Every woman should be listening to it at 5:10, either AM or PM. You can do both or you can do one. But to call my power back to me with the intent to receive power back to us by our elders and heirs that's going to be in Philadelphia. I hope this makes sense. And if anybody don't understand, please put the question in the comment while I'm looking at the comments as we go. The tribes have a structure of redemption through the oral tradition that's not written on paper. The only way we know how to follow the oral tradition of redemption, we have to know who the other chiefs are. Because the other chiefs, that's not the finisher. If y'all want to know who the finisher is, ask Taj Tariq Bey who the finisher is. With that being said, the restoring of the power, you have to know who the chiefs is, because they're gonna vex public grievances through news, media, arts, entertainment, and literature. The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams told me it was up to me to put it all back together. State of Emergency by Kawanza Kunjufu declared the tribal state of emergency. If you don't have these books, you need them in your collection. Yes, the reason why 5:10 is the hour to call your power back is because the main part of the event is 5:10. Right? And it's supposed to be a 3-day event, so at least run it for 3 minutes. Right? Run the call my power back to me for 3 minutes. Again, you don't have to look for it now, because I'm gonna make it easy for y'all to get, because I'm gonna post it on my Facebook and my Instagram as soon as I'm finished with this transmission, because this is a public notice to all tribal mothers and women more than the men. I will give the men instructions what we need to be preparing for later in the communication. Okay, now, when y'all understand that y'all calling y'all power back, this is going to send a beacon of spiritual return into the spirit realm. As the energy focuses on Philadelphia for Mother's Day, all of the spiritual eyes of the readers have drawn all of the spiritual eyes of the watchers to one location. When y'all do this, nothing can stop it from taking place, nothing can stop it from happening. Yep, that's the end of the month too. Notice that. So Into Wisdom said on May 30th to 31st, the Roots are having a Roots picnic in Philly. All connected. Yes, it's all connected. As soon as you see 30, that's truths and vogues. That's truth off the Blue House. The 31 is the mirror flip for 13, which is the seal of the Queen Mother. You can see it either way. It's still the same number. 13, 31. 31 is backwards 13. 13 is the Queen Mother seat because it's 12 daughters of Isis that represent the 12 regions of the earth. The central mother figure is the one who sits on the sacerdotal seat as Isis, but she might not stay there. Most of the time, once the power is returned back to the women, because this is not our first rodeo, when the power is returned back to the women, she normally passes her responsibilities off to one of her second in command, and then she go back to her private life. That's not uncommon. That's very normal. Most of us that's been putting in work, like Bobby Hemmett, when we get done with the work, we have to go back into our private lives, and because we performed the function the tribe required of us to perform. Because nobody else understood what had to be done, then because I was the only one that knew what to do, it became my responsibility to perform the function of leading us back to the matriarchal return. This is not personal, it's just family business. I just so happen to love my family enough to take family business extremely personal. And so we are working as a team, even though it don't look like it. There have been waves of chiefs saying, hey, this is what you need to look at. In music, it was Tupac. Tupac is Tupac Amaru from the Inca Empire. Old Dirty Bastard, Chief Crazy Horse. He's Big Chief Horse of the Shinnecock Nation, but he's using Crazy Horse energy to tell us what shame on her, trying to run game on her, to tell us what it means. Chief Zolo, you know the Zolo dog from Mexico. Chief Zolo, you called him Darkman X, aka Earl Simmons, I think it was. But he was the Chief Zolo. Notorious B.I.G., who you knew as Christopher Wallace, was Chief Sitting Bull in the return. The reason you know he the genealogy of ISIS is Genesis,
Okay.
right? Now, the stories they telling you is literally in real time as you read it, replacing patriarchs with matriarchs with patriarchs.
Okay, sure.
Okay, now the name Abraham they say it means father of many nations, right?
Okay.
Ain't that what they tell us? In
Yeah.
Kemet, that's not what it means. Where they stole the information from. In Kemet, Abraham means Ab means heart. Ra is like us saying God today. And Kim means the Lord of the perfect black. It's
Okay.
Osiris.
Lord
So
of the
it's
perfect
telling
life.
you that the god of Isis and Osiris is Ra. That's what the name is telling you. Now, why is this important? When you
Yeah.
go to the book of the Corman Forth by Day, the only person in that book referred to as the heart of Ra is Isis. It's called her Aset. And they said, it says Ra uh, called her up into himself, and he gave her, and he called her his heart,
Okay.
right? So the heart of Ra is actually Set, the mother. So Abraham was the mother, Sarah, but her husband's name is not in there.
Okay. It's just it's a lot to unpack with all these various names and stuff.
Mhm.
Titles and names, etc. Okay, so so give me the you don't have to give me the whole rundown, right? But just like tell me, give me like a good beginning stage of how I can lead her to more so a spiritual based life versus the
The truth,
trickery of
the
her
truth
body.
is,
Yeah,
she's already spiritual. You just trying to
she
let
is. She
her.
is. That's
She
the thing
already,
that really
she
hit me.
already spiritual. The problem is not her being spiritual; it's her being religious.
Yeah, yeah, exactly that.
Religion and spirituality is not the same thing.
Correct,
We
correct.
were
But she
given religion to replace spirituality.
correct, and I tell her this. I tell her this all the time. I tell her this all the time, but she's kind of like so. I don't know. Maybe it's just so ingrained, indoctrinated. I don't know.
You, her
Um,
example.
yeah,
If you trying to live a more spiritual life, what do that mean to
yeah.
you? Because it might not mean the same thing to her. This is where you have to find the balance with your woman by finding how to communicate from two different schools of thought.
Okay.
The more you understand her, the more you gonna understand yourself. That's your counterpart. She your mirror,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If you adjusting your tie, you should look over there and she should be tightening up her scarf,
Mm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Metaphysically speaking.
Yeah, sure, sure.
So she your mirror. If you want her to be more spiritual,
Mm-hmm.
you have to know how to describe what you're talking about in the terms that's related to what she understands.
Well said. Well said. Yeah.
Right. Otherwise, you're creating a rift. You're not trying to learn her. You're trying to control her. You don't want to control her. You want
Mm-hmm.
to turn her on, her
Mm-hmm.
energy on. That's the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
difference.
Correct.
Right. So,
Very good
because
point.
when you
Yeah.
turn her
So.
energy on, you not she gonna leave the church on her own.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as they managing her energy and you trying to fight against the management of her energy, you gonna lose.
Yeah.
So the rule is be the change you want to see.
Okay. Sure.
And remember, you have to be able to, because when you're going through the binding process, there's periods of upheaval where the adhesive's not sticking.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a point of contention in a relationship.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
How
Sure.
you handle that point of contention in the relationship is how strong you build that relationship. If you handle it with masculine bravado and force,
Mm-hmm.
it creates a rift. It's the same as perforating lines to tear paper even.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, instead of building a bond of a flat surface between y'all and y'all energy, you have a perforated energy. And when it's perforated like that, guess what it's easy to do?
Rip.
Tear y'all apart.
Yeah.
Right? So remember, stop trying to force her to see what you see,
Yeah.
right? Learn her spirit language, her love language, and use that to help her see what you're trying to tell her. You got to meet her on her level in order to
Sure.
bring her up to yours. Everybody wants somebody to lift them up, but don't nobody want to step back to lift up somebody else. If you want to have a good relationship with your lady, you have to be in the habit of when she gets stuck to go get her car out the mud.
Mm.
You gotta do that's the man's job.
Of
right? You
course.
stuck on your left rear tire in the mud. Let me go get you out. And you might just have to get in the car and drive a certain way to get out the mud. But she's exploring it. And it's
Yeah.
just making her dig deeper in the mud. Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you want her to be more spiritual, then you go get her books on feng shui. Go get her books on reflexology. And
Yeah.
don't just
Okay.
give
Yeah.
them to
Sure.
look, don't just give them to her. Review them with her.
Mm.
And have her explain to you what the books say. Don't tell her what to see. And as she
Sure.
see it, her spiritual side and her feminine side will start to
Mm-hmm.
incorporate that naturally. So there's no contention there. So there's no perforation to be torn apart later on.
Sure.
Right? Now, the main things that you want for the woman you want to teach her. You want to teach her feng shui. That's how to
Sure.
control the feng shui teaches her how to make the energy in her home turn into a love nest
Mm.
where everybody come there hate to leave
Mm.
and can't wait to get back, but they don't live there.
That's so funny. You actually not to cut your train of thought, but that's so funny you say that because a lot of people come over here. Her friends, my friends, they come over with their kids, whatever, and they always say that I love being at Uncle Keem's house. I love being at Auntie Rena's house. They always say that. So that's very funny. You mentioned that. But
And
sorry,
now,
continue.
once you
Sure.
get the feng shui down,
Yeah.
your job is whatever she needs to perform that function, you have to provide that. If she need a bag of marbles because she want to set some marbles in the glass jar on the counter and you don't see no use for it, that ain't your job. Your job is to go get some marbles. She's decorating. She's feng shui. She's
Yeah.
nesting as a mother and a
Yeah.
wife. Okay, now the next thing you want to teach her is reflexology so that she will know how to touch you and the children to maximize their spiritual development. But again, don't tell her what it is, review it with her and let her translate it to you.
Yeah.
She got to tell you what it means because by her telling you what it means, it forces her to grasp the concept.
Yeah. And understand it thoroughly.
When you
Correct.
if you try to make her grasp the concept, you make her rebel, you perforate the relationship.
Hmm.
But when you be patient with her and you go over the information with her, she actualizes in life. She's a natural creator. You just helping her find herself as a creator because the feminine energy is Shakti that creates. You trying to stir up Shakti. You know what I'm saying? You trying to stir up Shakti. The side
Shakti
effect,
within her. Yeah. The
yeah,
creative energy within her.
yeah. And now the
Okay.
side effect for you is it make her feel erotically sexy when you teach her this, which takes her to the next set of material you need to get her. Now, this material, you just give it to her and leave it to her own devices, but it's called yoni magic,
Yoni. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I heard of
right?
Yoni before.
And there are some yoni priestesses that teach it. Get direct her to their videos. Now, this is where the woman starts to cultivate what me and Heidi Barbell call her juicy. Because now she's gonna treat you in a way that'll make you kill the world to protect her and the babies.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna make you feel that way. And that's the difference in a male and a man.
Mm.
She'll turn you from a male to a man with that energy. Right? And now you got a whole different set of lessons to teach the children. But guess what? While you providing her to learn, she gonna teach your ass some shit about love that's gonna blow your mind. She gonna teach you how y'all can talk in the love language that'll make a grown man melt to an infant. And I'm gonna leave it with that, my brother. I hope that helped you.
Oh my goodness, this was great. I greatly
And
appreciate you, Chief.
and you
Yeah,
can come back and clip this part of the video out so that you can listen to it a couple of times and make sure you
exactly.
get
Because
what I'm
I
telling
was
you.
trying to write, and reflexology and feng shui and tai chi. I was trying to grasp them while you was talking, but I want to grasp everything. So I'll go back and replay this. But my boss, if I can ask you one more question, please, one more.
Okay, one
It's
more.
it's kind of like a tangent from that subject what we was just talking now.
Mm.
However, the current affairs of the world, right? War with Iran and Israel's and America and doing this and doing that. What is your prediction of how this all plays out?
Let me ask you this. Is there
Sure,
anything that you can do right now to change what's going on with the war?
that's a good question. No, there's not really much we can do. But
No, no, no,
I
no,
want to
not
be
we. Not we, you.
me personally.
Yeah, what you. Is there
Uh,
anything that you can do to stop that war?
Nothing I can do personally to stop the war. No.
I'm gonna tell you a secret.
Yeah.
At this particular point in time, it ain't nothing I can do to stop it either. You know what that tell me?
What I tell you?
If I want to stop that war, I got to put my focus somewhere else that empowers me to be put in the position to stop that war.
Okay. Sure.
And then I won't have to ask nobody about the war. I just have to do what I'm supposed to do, and I'll be in the position to be able to stop the war.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't in the position, so I can't worry about the war.
Okay.
Right? That's a
Yeah.
distraction from you worrying about empowering the God in your wife.
Yes, sir.
If you focus on that, 90% of your problems gonna melt away. You're gonna forget they was ever there. Because most of us get focused in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
And it also works for
I
what we
what?
just went over, working with multiple women in poly relationships, and it work on
Mm-hmm.
women healing each other.
Okay.
If it's a women's group that's trying to heal each other, they can study feng shui, they can study yoni magic, right?
Yeah.
And what was the other one I gave you?
Tai Chi, Feng Shui,
Feng
Yoni
shui,
Magic.
yoni magic.
Uh,
It was another one I gave you too.
I believe you said Tai Chi.
Oh, reflexology.
Oh, reflexology. Let me write that down.
Yeah,
Reflexology.
reflexology.
Uh,
Reflexology. Also, you can look up the power of touch. Also falls under that same category because once the woman know how to touch me, and I didn't seen this in real life. I swear before the creator, I didn't seen this in real life. Big
yeah.
mean motherfucker. Niggas don't want to touch him to stop him from fighting. The 3 foot tall woman walk up to him and just put her hand on him and say, "That's enough," and he stopped dead in his tracks. It could be his mama, sister, or his girlfriend, but one of them know how to handle that grown man energy to turn him back into an adolescent. And that's what keep us from going to war all the time. And warriors have to figure this out to turn their war story into a love story. It's all in the name of love.
Sure.
You know. So, all right, my brother, I'm gonna take somebody else
My boss, I appreciate you so much.
all the time.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see who next. Chief, what not? I'm gonna say you for a minute, man, because me and you get on here, and can't nobody else get a word in. K Flow 74. Come on in, my brother.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, hey, sweetie.
How are you?
I'm really good. How you doing?
Good, good. So I've been listening very intently, and I've done a lot of homework since our last conversation. And I just listened to your other live that you did. So I'm gonna try to make it down there to Philadelphia for sure. Um, Going back to some of my research I've been doing, I've heard a lot of people saying how the records and stuff are in Lexington, Kentucky or something like that. But I don't understand how we are supposed to get a hold of that stuff, or is it even possible?
A lot of them are concealed from us on purpose.
Okay.
We have to, excuse me, we chiefing with the chief, so don't panic because the chief chiefing. Look, we have record repositories in every major national park across the land. The records that we've been given have been the records that the corporation has been keeping as they've been policing us in a police state on the land as an interim assumes government. What we're doing in Philadelphia is the first step because we have to have research teams to go in there and organize the information and digitize it and put it in a format where we can access it. Some of them need translators. Some of us have to relearn old tribal languages that don't exist no more that got written records. Right? Those
Mm-hmm.
will take longer to come online than the records that's written in a more common script. Now, the records, you're going to know if your records is concealed when you get to your genealogy and you run into a dead end stop in the mid 1800s. You
On
gonna run
some.
you run into a dead end stop. They stole your family records
Mm,
because the family records go back into before Columbus came. That was being kept by our big mamas. They got historical records that go back so long that they don't want to admit how far the records go back because they don't want to admit that we've been here that long.
mm-hmm.
We have records also written in stone all over the land. We've carved rock formations all over the land in geometric shapes, in animal-like shapes, what they call zootypes. We built mounds where the energy of a particular ancestor rests that we all rallied around while they was alive so that we can continue to enjoy the love we had for them as a frequency-based healing mechanism in a mound. When the women turn all the way back on, the Akasha records is going to be flooding you with so much information that you're going to think you're hallucinating in your day-to-day life for a little while. Because you're going to be seeing past life events playing out in your mind's eye. It's going to almost look like it's a projector just above your highlight playing something that you can see clearly. While down here, you can see the world around you.
Okay.
Right? So what's turning all of that on is the more of y'all understand what this is, the mitochondrial turning up. That's straight love energy injected into the DNA, which heals the errors. The errors has been recorded in the queen's chambers of the brains of the women that passed it along in the hive mind in order for it to be corrected on the genome in its totality. You had people called scientists purposely manipulating genetics in order to try to confuse the gods of the earth, the women, about the power to correct the DNA. Most birth defects is manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
Birth defects is not normal. You have to do something that interferes with the DNA in order to produce a birth defect. They deliberate. When you trace back all of the chemicals and the known side effects, the birth defects gonna match the chemicals they was giving the mother while she was pregnant.
Mm,
Right?
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So don't worry about the records. Just go back far as you can with your studies. And I'm telling you, if you run into a dead end stop in the mid 1800s, your records is going to be in a repository that's been took out of circulation, so you can't properly trace beyond that. That was part of the paper genocide. But what you do, if you want, because you can sometimes use what we call familial line jumping by doing the researching the uncle, researching the auntie from back then. Like if you run into a direct lineal stop, start looking at the siblings when your records stop. Because sometimes they wasn't the rightful heir. They didn't keep their records. They didn't destroy their records.
Okay.
So they'll have records that go back into the 1500s. And then that is going to tell you some tribal stuff where the people from your clan that didn't get interrupted to be able to tell you, yeah, that's your bloodline. And we go back to 37,000 BC from this particular part of America.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just mentioned something too in the conversation here. You said something about the animal. I can't remember exactly how you put it, but
Zoo-type mounds.
Okay, so zoo-type mounds. So strange as it may sound, I have like a fascination with dolphins. I don't know what that is. I have a tattoo of a dolphin. I have statues all around my house. And I know it's some type of connection, but I've never kind of, I guess, explored it to kind of figure out what that was.
Tribally, the dolphin is a flipper.
Okay.
A flipper is a code flipper. Just because you flip the codes don't mean you crack the code. But you like deliver a message. It's a messenger that delivers codes that have to be flipped.
Okay.
So when you talking, you would know if you do it because it's a certain way you can look at another one of your sisters, your cousin, your auntie, and you can give her a hug, girl. And she be like, yes, sir. I know. You just flipped her the code and the look. You know what I'm talking about. You did it before. I could tell by the way you responded.
Okay.
You go somewhere with your home girl.
For sure.
And y'all be somewhere and you see something, you be like, girl, you ain't gotta go do no whole long litany of what's going on. Cause soon as she catch eyes with you, she gonna look where you was looking for. You look to her and be like, oh yeah, girl, you know, that's what you thought.
Without words, facts.
Yeah, you're a code flipper. The dolphin is the flipper. So we realized that when they named the famous Hollywood dolphin Flipper. So now we can use it in the tribal code flip.
Okay.
Y'all sister something else.
I knew it meant something. I just didn't understand what it meant. So okay, all right, that makes sense.
Yeah, you
Makes
the
a
one
lot
who,
of sense.
yeah, that's a leadership position.
Okay.
It's a leadership position. Because you the one flipping the code. Everybody reading it had to be receptive. So every time you flipping them the code and they responding, they showing you who in charge.
And that makes sense.
People be wanting other people like, yeah, bro, you in charge. No, you don't have to do that. Because I might be in charge right now, but if the circumstances and situation change and you the expert, guess who's in charge now? So that's why you deal in the leadership position from the energy that you come present with without conditions. That's the most powerful control of other people, unconditional energy, which is unconditional love. You can't help it. People have to just gravitate to you because that's the energy you walk in, and you draw good stuff to you when you walk in that energy. A lot of people hate to see our sisters in that energy, so they agitate them to the point that they develop what's called angry black woman syndrome. That was done to her. She didn't do that to herself. Right? And a lot of big mamas was like that from going through so much shit. getting browbeat. By the time she get to the leadership of the family, she talk to you any old type of way. Ooh, Charles, get your trifling ass out of here. You stink, smelling like 100 pounds of wet feet. Go get your stinking ass in the shower. But now the neighbor kids come over, and she's like, ooh, baby, your ass can't stay here. You got to go. No, go tell your mama, find out what's wrong with you. But you gonna get your ass up out my house. That's the energy.
That's so on point. That is so on point. Yep, 100%. Okay. That answers that that
That
was on
answer your
point.
question.
Yes. And just lastly, I'm in Michigan, so I'm ready to tap in. So just
Okay,
kind
what
of
part
throwing
of
that out there.
Michigan is?
I'm closer to like Macomb area.
Shit, girl, you 45 minutes from me.
Yeah, yeah. But born and raised Detroit for sure.
Okay, well, whenever you want to have tea, hit me up.
All right.
Okay,
Appreciate it. Thank
all right.
you. Bye.
Okay, let's see who next. Ebony Poke. Oh, that's not that. That's the wrong thing. Heru Romeo Shire. Come on up, you chiefing with the chief, my brother. I think that's the brother.
Manuel. What's up?
What's going on?
Grateful, very grateful, you know?
For sure. What's on your mind? What can I help you with?
Just I was just wondering like should I get back in the Bible after like last year I went through a lot when I went into the Bible. I just like start crying or something, break it down.
Wait. Slow down. Are you saying Bible?
Yeah, like Bible, like to be able to finish like the holy drama, like put the rest of it together completely.
At this point,
It's not worth it, or it's not worth it.
we don't need nothing religious going on right now.
All right,
We, all,
that's why I
we
wanted to
only
ask
need
you.
we only need spiritual shit and real life shit.
All right, bet that's the route that I wanted to go on. That's why I wanted to, yeah, I wanted to ask you that. That's why I wanted to clear
So if
that
you
up.
want to deal with the holy drama, get the book The Osirian Resurrection.
Assyrian
Osirian
resurrection.
Resurrection is the name of the book. And trans that's the translation of some of the hieroglyphic texts of the Holy Drama. But it's more
Okay,
parts than that. But that's the main body of the work. That's where everything is stolen from.
okay, sure.
Right. And let me see what else should we. Check out some of Muwada Ashby books.
I want to ask you.
He's called the Egyptian Temple of Yoga, I think it is, or Egyptian Yoga. That's what it is. When
Oh,
you
yeah.
Google it, look up Egyptian yoga or look up Muwada Ash. But get on to his material because he's the with Malachi being in Admax, he is the highest ranked Kemetic priest on the land.
Okay.
Right. So the material he putting out is to help you.
Yes, sir.
Right. So that if you because some people just need something to study as they get their bearings.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna refer nobody to the Bible or the Quran. I'm not gonna
Nobody.
do it. I'm done with that shit. I'm done talking
Yeah.
about it. When somebody comes to me trying to tell me about the Bible, I'm just looking at them like they're crazy. There's a couple things I still need to use out of it for it to be obsolete. So
I
I can't
was.
totally dispose of it.
I would say already in 2020, I already done tore apart the Bible with with how I came out with like how like breaking the conjure of like how like because in 2019 I sacrificed myself in 2019
Mm-hmm.
and I got initiated and but I haven't joined any like real cult or anything, but I have tribal tattoos on me and stuff that is initiated tattoos. And I pulled rank while I was in the hospital last year on them, and they pretty much was like it was pretty much it's a show of everything that's going on. Like I seen shit for what it was like when I was in there and shit. I just was
Watching Badlands.
hmm?
Did you say you was watching Badlands?
I was in the hospital. I just seen everything for what it was, like how the stage was, you know. And now I'm just trying to do the right steps of helping people with my music, tribal language, and actually helping the youth, like with
Okay. Let me
things that
tell
I
you the
have been
best.
through,
Let me
giving
tell
them
you
the right steps.
the best way to help. Right. Focus on helping you perform your art. Whatever it is you're doing, don't focus on giving it out or none of that. Focus on doing it. As you do it, you're gonna know what to do with it as you get done. Because you gotta help yourself to put you in the position to help others. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
When you ain't made it where you trying to go and you stop to help somebody else, you tripping yourself. Can't do that. If somebody comes to you and say, lend me $20, if you can't afford to let them have it, you can't afford to lend it to them.
Right.
And if you can afford to let it have it, why would you want somebody to owe you?
It ain't no reason because you can't expect for them to pay you back.
Yeah, right. So when you do something from somebody, you do it from the kindness of your heart. They
Right.
want to borrow $20. I can't let you borrow nothing, but I can give you $20 because I can afford to give you
Yeah.
$20.
Right.
Now, what that does is it makes everybody get their own affairs in order first before they start worrying about their neighbors' affairs, their brothers' affairs, their sisters' affairs. You have to put yourself in a position where you stable enough that helping somebody else don't make your whole house tumble down,
Mm-hmm.
right? So focus on building yours. Now, the side effect of this is wealth. Wealth is the side effect of repeatedly doing the right thing over and over on purpose. It's called creating luck. It seemed like everything you touch turned to gold, the Midas touch, because you're repeatedly trying to do the right thing over and over. You condition the universe that whatever you about to do next got to be the right thing. Consistency with yourself. Because once you build yours, the people that you're gonna attract are gonna come as contributors, but they're gonna come accompanied by anchors. Your self-improvement should allow you to determine who's trying to be a leech and who's trying to be a support. They're gonna tell on themselves every time. As DMX say, trust people to be who they are, but trust yourself to see them.
For who they are.
Yeah. Trust people to be who they are, but trust yourself to be able to see who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can't have a thief knowing they're a thief and expect them not to steal,
You can't, cause,
right?
cause, cause they used to it.
Right. Not because they're used to it. That's what they are. If they
Oh
be
yeah.
themselves, something getting stolen. The stick up kid, right? You know he's a stick up kid. Long as you know how to handle him to keep him from sticking you up. Trust him to be the stick up kid and trust you not to allow him the opportunity to rob you. All of the chiefs taught us lessons, man. Let your conscience be your guide, right? Feel your way through the world. We came here to feel. Because when you ain't in the body, you don't feel shit. Bullets go right through you when you ain't in the body. The body stop them motherfuckers and allow you to feel that pain. To let you know that shit hot. Because everybody gets shot. The first thing when you say, well, you got shot, yeah, man, that shit was hot. So that shit hot. I believe them. Now I don't have to get shot for you to prove it to me. Enough people that I know that done been shot said that shit hot, know that I don't want to touch that flame.
For sure.
I'd rather knuckle up. And I'd rather not have to use one, but I got no problem if I do. All right. So trust people to be who and what they are, and trust that you'll be able to see them for who and what they are. You got it?
Yes, sir. I'm grateful. I thank you. Definitely clearing up that with me in the Bible because I didn't want to go back to it. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to. I threw it away like a couple of times, and just I don't want to go back to it. I don't know. I just want to. I want to be. I already feel like I'm creating a space that is positive
You
of me
know what
just
that
being.
comes with when you don't want to go back to it, and you keep something keep trying to make you go back to it. You fighting the program. You already did what you needed to do with it. That's why you don't want to go back to it. But because you haven't realized that, it keeps sending you back to say, I don't want to go back to it. You're done with it. You use it for what its purpose was for you.
Right.
You don't got to go back and track it down. You don't got nothing to prove to nobody. Like I say, cover your own self. Focus on what you want to become. Become that. And in the becoming, everything that you look will accompany it. Everything you need will be there. It might not be everything you want, but it'll be everything you need to be there as long as you taking care of yourself first. Putting yourself in the position, the best position that you can see to help others, you got to get there before you help others. Right. Now, if it's something you can do along the way, like somebody got a flat and you can help them change it, by all means. But don't let nobody pull on your life and try to make you live your life by
Based off their
by
means.
what they want you to do. You
Mm-hmm.
have to get yourself stable first. You can't help nobody else if you can't get yourself stable first. Before I could do this work, I had to go get myself stable first. Then I had to give it all up. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna take another caller.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, my man. Appreciate you. I hope these questions helping y'all. Karamoko. Hey, hey,
Hi.
how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good. How can I help you today, sweetie?
Hi. I kind of wanted to talk about birth. I know you was in some of your things. I heard you talk about it, and my experience is like with my home births. I feel like when I was like in that like about to have a baby, like I was in like this meditative state all the time, and I just feel like I don't know how to like get into that without being pregnant.
Yeah. So
Is it?
what you that's your mitochondria turns up when you're pregnant. That's what causes what's called the pregnant woman's glow. So mitochondrial is turned up. It's producing pure love energy. In your brain, what's taking place is alpha endorphin, um, oxytocin, and it's another one. But they go in your brain, and it's that euphoria of being pregnant that you're talking about, and it make you just want to be like that all the time.
It do. It do.
But
I
you
have
saying to yourself, I just
that
can't stay pregnant all the time,
true.
right? So you trying to
True.
compromise. How can I
Right.
have the state without being in that condition?
True.
It's a sister group,
A sister group.
a sister group, where y'all can deliberately use each other to turn each other's mitochondrial up. The women can hold the field. The men cannot hold the field. The women's group talk about shit they love like they gossiping. That's how the gossip circle formed. Because when the sisters that's healed start talking about stuff they love, they start to glow. And it's contagious to other women. The mitochondrial turns up, and when it get to a certain level, y'all all be in that room with the euphoria. It's the conversation from the heart space that's turning up the volume of the mitochondria. The more sisters participate, the stronger the field. Get it? It's
I
all
do.
it's all energy,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, if you want the pregnant energy field, put a sister that's pregnant in the middle and tell her how much I love that energy of being pregnant. Because not only are you giving her a mitochondrial boost, but it's correcting all of the defects in the baby to make her give birth to the godchild. And that's why they broke up the royal harems, because they was doing that to make children with God abilities. Now in the South, in some of the inner cities around the elderly women, the term is called marking that child. If she can sit there and tell you the description of what she want her child to be able to do while y'all doing this conversation energy build, she is actually writing his genetic code in real time. The father can do it remotely if he's in tune with both sides of himself. He can say what he wants his son or daughter to be like.
I don't. I only have daughters, but it's like son
Mm-hmm.
to me. Like that makes sense. So I don't know. Like my. I just feel like I was like. I know I was like born for this. My mother, like my mom, got 8 children. My
The
my dad's
highest
mom got
frequency,
13.
the highest frequency of woman is mother. If you got all daughters, you could do the sister group with your daughters. Ask them, baby, tell me what you love and why you love it. And you'll see her start to glow and she get giddy, right? And then she'll start telling you something that she really loves, and then it'll get contagious to you, and you'll get that feeling back. You can do it with your daughters.
Yeah, I hang with them all the time.
Mm.
I
That's
kind of
part of
like
the
rearrange
reason.
my life so I could like stay home with them, and I hang with them all the time. But sometimes I be wanting to. I need maybe I do. I feel like I like that you said sister group. This probably like this something I need to work on because I come from a group of a lot of sisters, but none of us get along.
You know the exercise I'm giving you right now, where
Mm-hmm.
y'all just sit around and talk about stuff y'all love. That
Mm-hmm.
heals the broken relationships between women. There was a conjure done by a Moorish queen in the South in New Orleans called the Broken Mirror Conjure. The Broken Mirror Conjure was designed to break up the sister groups, to fracture you like a mirror, broken mirror. Other parts of yourself that's lost, so it creates rifts between sisterhoods. It was done on purpose. It's not an accident. Because when y'all start doing this, y'all start turning the men into some shit that y'all really like to have. Not this new age bullshit they calling men now. Fuck this shit is. We ain't, the men ain't never been this weak in none of my prior lifetimes. And not just this weak, gullible. So the broken mirror spell, I had to have somebody to over a bloodline descendant to repeal the spell. And it was a task. I had to wrestle with a bull. Damn near literally. She was a Taurus.
I'm a Taurus.
You know how y'all get. Y'all get in y'all certain ways where y'all ain't changing y'all man. I don't give a fuck if they rain the Rocky Mountains on you. You're gonna be stubborn as can be.
I learned that way though.
I know.
I
That's
learned
why
that
they
way.
say the Scorpio are the only one stubborn enough to teach Taurus. Because we know you can't control the fucking Taurus.
I
But you
should.
have to appeal to their sensibilities. And if it makes sense when they examine it, then it's gonna feel right. And when it feel right and makes sense, then they'll follow you. But if that shit don't feel right and it don't make sense, a Taurus gonna gore your ass in hell. So Scorpios understand because we damn near the same way. It will make us be more patient with Taurus instead of trying to force them. You gotta grab that bull by the horns and wrestle him down. No, I ain't trying to wrestle him down. I'm trying to get his attention. I'm trying to get her attention. Once they look up and say, oh, that's you. You must got something for me because you the first motherfucker that got my attention in this long. It's Taurus.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah, but that sister group powerful.
In the mitochondrial matrix, I gotta like get into it.
Yeah. So I want you to get a couple books. I want you to get uh, the Priestess of Mommy Water
Priestess of the water.
by Sister Kylie Stitchin.
Should I sound that out or you know how to spell it?
Kylie, Kali, Stitchin, Stitchen, I think.
K-A-L-I.
L-I, Stitchin. She got a
This
couple more books, so when you
this
go on, you can go to Amazon and just put her name in, and her books will come up. But
it's
you,
like an
you
ancient
it's background
classic.
information. Background information.
Uh, is she like a contemporary or this like some?
She's still around. She gonna be.
Oh, okay.
I hope she come to Philly. But she a big. She one of the big mamas on the land, and
Mhm.
what else I need to tell you to get? I think that'll hold you for a minute. Get you a good starter
Mm.
kick.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm grateful.
Okay, you're welcome. Kiss the babies for me.
Oh,
All right. I'll talk to you later. This is as cute as a button. Sweet little thing. Jasmine, Jazzy Boo. That's my niece name, Jasmine. That's something.
Hey now.
What's going on, sweetie?
Good.
Something
So
wrong with our connection.
is it?
Yeah. I can hear you, but I can't see you. But keep talking because the people probably can hear and see you.
Okay. So my question would be understanding the concept of belief. Um for myself, even when I was younger, um, even being most people say born into like certain religions like Christianity, being a Muslim, things like that, which I just feel like it's not really something you can be born into. They teach you about it, or they force you into it. But understanding that concept of it, I just never, it just never wrapped around my mind like it seems to with most people. If I don't know something, I'm fine with saying I don't know it. But a belief for me is something you're pretty much just blindly following if you decide to, like, say, jumping into a religion. When you're jumping into religion after religion after religion, trying to find self or trying to find something outside of self, why are you believing it if you don't know it? And see, my understanding back then, we had a knowing. And if it was something that you didn't know, then just be fine with saying you didn't know. So I'm just trying to understand, should we be having a belief, or was that a construct that was set up, or a system that was set up for us to pretty much fail or to take away from our knowing?
Beliefs are pseudo knowledge.
Hmm.
When you have taken the people's knowledge away from them, knowledge itself, the only
Hmm.
way you can control them is by what you can convince them to believe.
Hmm.
When the information is lacking, the belief becomes rampant. So then people are more likely to stand on belief than to dig up the facts.
Yeah.
Once they get you hooked on the belief train, that's the warship of worship. Now they've converted you to their belief army.
Yeah.
And this is the birthplace of what we call today religious dogma.
Yeah.
They
Hmm.
want me to believe in
Hmm.
the description of a God in the book that they gave me that's a sociopathic, psychopathic, infanticidal, feminicidal maniac that
Hmm.
can't stand women. It seems that he got penis envy, serial killer traits, and they want me to call that my God.
Yeah.
I can't worship that God. I
At
can't.
all.
I can't put my faith and my belief in that God. Then they told me that there was this all-loving God in the New Testament that was different from how he used to be. So he must have changed his personality and gave us his son just for a blood sacrifice to redeem us all.
Yeah.
First of all, if he can't protect his own goddamn son, what the fuck he gonna do for me?
Come on now.
If he have to send down here his son to answer for the crimes of somebody he created called the devil, right?
Hmm.
Why he just don't kill the goddamn devil and get it over with?
Come on now.
So God was more
Oh,
beholden to the needs of a sociopathic pedophile than he was of his own son. That's retarded. I can't believe in that shit.
yeah.
And if we get over there to Muhammad, Muhammad wasn't such a bad idea, except he keeps saying all this shit came out the Bible.
Hmm.
Excuse me. This is chiefing with the chief. And I am chiefing.
Okay. Chief on.
So he changed his name from Yahweh and assumed the name of Allah. When I do my Arabic studies, I found out that Allah is so much older than Allah. And she
Hmm.
was the center of worship for those people before Allah was created as a patriarchal substitute for their matriarch.
Hmm.
Then in the religious text, they resigned the older Allah as the daughter with her two sisters as the daughters of Allah. That's what they say.
Yeah.
Now, the problem I got with believing that shit is they keep telling me the religion of Abraham. But
Mm-hmm.
Abraham never told us about no religion.
That part.
They don't have no words of Abraham say, this is my religion for you to follow, my multitude of nations to be born from our loins. It don't exist.
That
Then
part.
they said Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's nowhere in there where you see a first person reference of Moses as the writer.
Mm-hmm.
They made this shit up.
Yeah.
I can't believe that shit. It's made up. The more I look at it, the more I understand that it was made up as a sociological tool of mass crowd control.
Yeah.
Get enough people to believe in it, and it takes on a life of its own. So now they so focused on their belief system, they can't see what's really going on in the world around them.
Yeah. Yeah. And see, even having that concept as a child and taking on that same, concept of what I understood about it, it led me to have an understanding. And I feel like most people, when they get around me, they feel like I treat them like they're stupid.
That's
It's
probably
not that
because they stupid. And you treating them and you treating them how they present themselves.
and that's when I be like, it's not that I try to do that though. Like I don't try to treat people like they're stupid, but it's like
Okay, let me ask you a question. I come up to you and ask you a dumbass question, and you give me an answer.
yeah.
Remember, I just asked you a dumbass question. I see you eating a sandwich, and I walk up to you and say, "Are you eating a sandwich?"
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a dumbass question. Observation already answered it.
Yeah.
Why do I have to ask it?
Yeah.
Okay, now when you give me back a smart aleck ass answer, because it's obvious,
Mhm.
you presenting me at the level I presented myself.
Mhm.
So when you give me the smart aleck answer, I say, you think you smarter than me, don't you? No, that's not what that means.
Mhm.
You just proved you was dumber than me by assuming what I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you can't worry about that because everybody going dumb smart people sound batshit crazy to dumb people.
Absolutely.
And when they just sitting there talking, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know what you that's just because their intelligence level hasn't reached where yours is.
Yeah.
That's why they don't understand you.
Yeah.
Once you get to a certain intelligence level, then they won't be so gung ho to try to tear you down for being more intelligent. They'll be trying to figure out how can I get where she at so I can
Yeah.
talk on her level.
And the funny thing is that I've never gotten it from a book, because anything that I know it because I know it. And most people are looking at me like, damn, how you know that? You know what I'm saying? If you didn't get it from a book, how you find that out? Clairvoyance. I know people and can read people, and then as soon as I tell them about it, it's damn, how you know that? I ain't never talked to you. I ain't never told you that. Clairvoyancy. I can see all of that. I see it as soon as you walked up, before you walked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
But remember, we were demonized for doing that. So we used to conceal it.
mm-hmm.
Now that we don't, more of us is coming online and it's not being concealed. It's becoming offensive to people that thought that they can hide their spirit from you.
Yeah.
So they wasn't doing no work to develop spiritually,
Yeah.
right? And now because you see their dirty spirit, they get offended and their feelings get hurt because they haven't done the work. And
Mm-hmm.
you've been doing your work, or you wouldn't have been able to see them.
Yeah.
Now they got to come to terms in their mind that you done more of your own spiritual work on yourself than they done on themselves. And now it creates an inferiority complex expression.
Yeah.
And then they try to project onto you how they feel by assuming you feel like you better than everybody else.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm better than everybody else. I just feel like I work harder than everybody else. That don't make me better. That
Yeah.
just make my priorities different,
Yeah.
right?
And
So,
see, the difference is though, I can't pick up the book like how you study, Rod. Like how you
mhm.
pick up a book, you can read it, you can, you know what I'm saying? You can understand from it and comprehend. I can't do that. I can only comprehend when it comes to either an attachment or from me viewing, if that makes sense. Like I
Mhm.
can't, yeah, I can't pick up a book and read it, then comprehend it. For me, it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, you might have to switch to a page, look at a sentence, flip to another page, look at a sentence. Then you
Hmm.
might just have to hold the book in your hand and just look at it for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, you downloading the book. You just don't know you downloading the book. And when you open it up to certain pages, you cross-referencing your recording mechanism to determine if the information you subconsciously recording is accurate. Psychometry.
Well,
It's
goddamn, I
psychometry.
learned something else new. Goddamn.
It's psychometry. So you
Okay.
pick the book up, you learn the book. You already know what's in the book, but
Mm-hmm.
you don't really believe it that you can learn just by picking the book up. So you flip through and you read a page, you're like, yeah, that's what I was just thinking. No, you wasn't. That's what you was remembering about what you downloaded about the book using the faculty of psychometry. So you checking you referencing, cross-referencing your psychic ability with your physical eyes ability. And if the what you're looking for in the book match how you feel, you know that you are actually recording this data.
Mm. Well, goddamn.
Right. Your
Okay.
sister wanted to make sure that I knew that you was her sister when you came in.
I bet she, I bet she did.
And I think she said a couple times, that's my sister. You know that's my road dog, right?
I definitely do. I definitely do. She was like, Jazz, you better get your butt on here and answer questions. But no, thank you so much, Rod. You definitely just gave me a big piece that I'm definitely about to work on a lot more than what I have. Because I've been working, of course, on me my whole life. Because that's all I've been able to do. Being able to pick up a book, being able to learn, go to school, things like that, it's always been hard for me. And I realized that. But being able to read people, being able to see things, hear things, feel things that I feel like other people just wasn't on that level.
You know what we
I've
used to
been there
call
and
that?
done that.
We used to call that the mama lens.
The mama lens.
Yeah. You ever go by somebody's house and their mama look at you and like, oh, she can stay, but that one over there got to go.
Yep. Every time.
So the mama lens allow you to see the people that's not good for your children, which
Mm-hmm.
allows you to have to see everybody because you have to practice to train the faculty. Once you train the faculty on your children, guess what? You see all these motherfuckers for what the fuck they is. And that's why all the motherfuckers that thought they was tricking emperors tricked their goddamn self out of some shit.
Absolutely.
Because all she did was
Absolutely.
came with a good heart to try to help as many people as she can. And they thought they was gonna come in and just worry about themselves. That was
Mm-hmm.
wrong,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Absolutely.
they all fell on their face. Every one of them. Just
Mm-hmm.
like I told her when we met. I say, just watch. All of the ones that come here on the BS, as you go through your process and you develop yourself to your position, they're going to fall in front of you and you're going to see all your enemies fall at your feet and they just coming as friends the whole time. And she'll tell you, she's seen it.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
seen it. And all I had to do was prime her for what she was going to see so she won't miss none of it.
Yeah.
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 Now she know what she was gonna see. There's no way she can miss it. That's the mama lineage.
Yeah.
Any mother that knows her children, because a lot of mothers be so preoccupied with hedonistic pursuits that they don't connect with their children.
Yeah.
When they don't connect with their children, they don't train that spiritual side to get to the mother frequency that allows them to make the best choices for their children as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's why I like a lot of sister groups, sister families with a lot of girls in it that had a dysfunctional mother, and the girls don't really get along because of that. Because
Yeah.
they didn't do the woman circle. You're supposed to always sit down with your daughters and ask them about stuff they love, because that's the bonding process of mother
Mhm.
and daughter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, once you get in the upper love frequency, now you can correct all her errors with no hard feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you definitely correct on that because I definitely do it with mine.
Yeah.
I definitely do it with mine. And each time they show me something new, not only about myself, but about them as well.
Yeah. You and your sister know about the sister group.
Oh, absolutely.
Because y'all energy, like she can't talk to me without talking about her. My sister told me, and me and my sister was talking about, that's me and my brother. We the same motherfucking way.
Absolutely.
We be clashing, but I don't fight my brothers.
Mm-mm.
Right? So we
Mm-mm.
have a different ideology. I understand where you're coming from, but okay, and I shut the fuck up,
Yeah, pretty much.
right? Because
Pretty much.
yeah, that's my brother. Shit, I know he crazy. I know he think I'm batshit crazy.
And yeah,
You know what I'm saying? I'm not offended by that because
at
during the
all.
course of our life, he didn't see me do some shit that would make you say that nigga batshit crazy.
Did the motherfucker. Did the motherfucker. I done probably scared the
So
shit out their ass quite a few times.
yeah, so but they're still my brother. He still
Absolutely.
knows if he get trapped somewhere and somebody got him trapped somewhere and he can't get out, he know which brother to call first. He go
Absolutely.
in that situation, he gonna call the worst first, and I'm gonna be there.
Absolutely.
My other brothers know it too.
Absolutely.
Right? So, and I didn't
And
went to, and anybody don't believe it, I didn't went to the church about my brothers and had full-fledged fist fight in front of the church.
okay.
And
Did
look,
that.
about my brother. And look, coming to find out, who we was fighting turned out to be my niece's husband and somebody else, right? My niece called me up and was like, Uncle Rodney, you jumped on my husband. And you know what I told her? I said, my brother called me. She's like, but Uncle Rodney, that's my husband. I said, baby, my brother called me. You know what I'm going to do when my brother called me?
okay. Did that.
And
It definitely will.
she said, well, you're going to have to apologize to my husband. I said, I most definitely will.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
my brother called me. You got to remember that.
Then what you want me to do then?
You know what? She know when she called me what I'm going to do.
Look. I'm trying to tell you. After that, I don't know what you're looking for.
They got to call me as a last resort.
Mm-hmm.
Because they got to exhaust 1 through 9 because I might come in on 10.
Absolutely. You might
So
not want to call
they
me
got to
until the
do
end.
everything they can to resolve the matter before they call Brother Rod, Uncle Rod, Cousin Rod. They gotta know. They already know they got to do their part. Because
Absolutely.
when I come in, I'm going to solve the problem. However, it got to be solved.
I'm trying to tell you.
That's just it. I'm not coming in to negotiate nothing. What's the problem? Okay, that's the problem. Let's fix it.
Okay.
That's it.
We either gonna fix somebody's hands or
Fuck moving furniture. I'm moving
I'm
buildings.
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm going to push your
Mattresses
car
will
out
be
the
there.
way.
Look.
And there's people that actually believe that I won't and don't fight.
Yeah. Come on now.
They think I just be on social media just having the conversations with people, but I'm not really about that life.
Come on now.
This social media shit is not my life.
I,
This is my contribution to the community in order to help the most amount of us wake up to what's going on so we can get our birthright back. But if
Absolutely.
you come push that bullshit on me, we gonna run that fade.
Absolutely.
And you got to have some skills to expect to win. I'm not gonna say you're not gonna win. I'm just gonna say you have to have some skills to expect to win.
A special setup. Goodness, Lord
Yes,
have mercy.
everybody we can get, we gonna try to hijack social media. So my coach asked me if we was gonna be streaming the live stream from Philadelphia. We trying to saturate the web with it. We want everybody there to live stream it. We want
Yeah, yeah.
everybody at home to share to the people who's live streaming it, the ones that couldn't make it, to share the live stream. Yeah, it's gonna be live stream.
Absolutely.
The whole Because I have to answer grievances that the collective clans had given me in order to prove that I have resolved the matter by um, creating. I got to be able to show you who the expert is that can cover that area, right? Like earlier, you heard me mention about the sister, the other Bush family. She sent all her children to college in their early teens. I think they was graduating like 14, 15 years old from university with
Mm-hmm.
degrees. So for the educational problem, we will be requesting her. She don't have to do nothing she don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But we are going to be requesting her to teach other mothers to replicate that learning environment so we can get these babies on their life path correctly once and for all.
Yeah.
That's just one thing. I got 10 different 10 different things to answer for. One of them, 9 of them come from Dr. Neely Fuller. Dr. Neely Fuller wrote, now I'm going to say this slow so the people that's writing down book references. He wrote the United Independent Compensatory Code / System for breaking the chains of white supremacy. Right? Now, that's Dr. Neely, Neely Fuller, Fuller. Because of those 9, I added 1. The reason I added 1 is I added health, which would have normally fell under education. But if the health is bad, you cannot be successful in taking care of any of the other 9 areas in the field, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So health became the 10th one because they have a lot, a lot, a lot of natural means to heal people, right? So I got to give answers, to the grievance, to the matriarch, to the heirs. And I got to do it publicly because nothing I'm doing for us as a collective can be done in secret because everything they did to oppress us was done in secret. So everything I have to do, um, everything I have to do, I have to for people to see the process. Because everything I've been doing, like when we was going through continuity government, I was telling everybody where we was at in the book. I had to tell them where we at in the book. Now that we the book done. The only thing they got to do now is end the war and the matriarch rise on the other side of that. That's it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Ryan, because the baby is waking up.
Okay.
Over there
Oh,
slapping everybody be here.
yeah. Okay, sweetie. It was nice to have you, and I'll talk to you later. Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay, I'm gonna take one more sister. Why not? And then I'm gonna let you in because you're gonna be the last one. Because you know how we get. Damn, I didn't even see who I let in here. Let me see. Imperatrix, super dope woke. Can't say the other one she wrote. Super dope woke. That's who I just sent the link to. I'll give you about a minute to get in here. Okay. Miss Black 0624. Miss Black 0624. Come on in. Come on in. You are now chiefing with the chief. Let me get the chief again. Well, hello there.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
How can
All
I help
right.
you today, sweetie?
Two, I just had two quick things I wanted to ask you. I had a dream about you, and I'm gonna make it quick. I had a dream about it was you. I was sitting on a bed. It was you, two other dudes. It was a pile of gold on the bed, and you gave me this gold medallion neck. And the one dude left, he was like, "No, don't give it to her. Don't give it to her." You was like, "No, give it to her." And you gave me this gold medallion necklace. And that was the dream right there. So I didn't understand that dream.
When
And then I had, go ahead.
so in the spirit realm, when we give you gifts of gold, it's like a coronation in the spirit. The the archetype that you see represents who is actually christening you in your bloodline. So you use me for comparative analysis to somebody that's you probably never even met, but they in your bloodline. The frequency I'm on in your DNA match their frequency. So when they come to you, you have a frame of reference to understand the dream. So they use me.
Okay.
So you was going through a fatherland initiation. So you was met with three men, right? In the fatherland, that's the blue house, that's a two-bar cane. The two-bar cane on the motherland is always three sisters, and they flip one brother. That's because the male is 3X 1Y. The female is 4X. When it's a four sisters flip, it's a 4X flip. So when you gave me the three men, it told me it was fatherland. The wealth on the bed, your bed to you is sacred. So that's your sacred resting place. So the wealth is in your sacred resting place, but I only give you in the dream a necklace with a medallion on it. Later on in your life path, now that you know this much, you will see something that's going to remind you of what was on the medallion because that's where the message of your initiation is at.
Okay.
But until you start processing it where you understand in the dream, it can't show up in the 3D yet. Now, if you
Because
want to accelerate,
it was a whole lot of gold on the bed. It was a lot of it. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And you was
that's
like, "No, this one was for her."
yeah, that's that's making sure that you get your share of the wealth.
Mm.
It's securing your share of the wealth. That's actually what I've been doing this whole time. following the oral tradition to select the heirs as a family redeemer for them to receive their heritable birthrights. And I had to find a certain amount in order to get my birthright. So I already know I'm going to find them. And I already know if I find them, I'm going to get my birthright. So I don't worry about man. I worry about making sure that the sisters get theirs.
And then I saw you in another dream, but I ain't gonna go there. But I had this dream about my mother. She passed away, and she came to me and she gave me a hug. She was dressed really nice, and she gave me a hug, and I hugged her really tight. And then she had a mirror in her hand, and when she turned the mirror around, it was black. It wasn't nothing in the mirror.
That's
And
called an
then,
obsidian mirror. The black mirror is the obsidian mirror. It's a duplicate of what Dr. Richard King calls the black dot, right? So it's a book, it's about melanin, and it's called The Black Dot by Dr. Richard King, or The Science of the Black Dot, or something like that. Somebody will remember the correct name and put it in the comments. But anyway, the black dot in modern science is a part of the brain called the reticular formation. This is where consciousness enter into the physical body, right? So in the spiritual sense, the obsidian mirror is showing you between realms. But if your senses is not trained, it just look like a black mirror. But if it's like looking at a crystal ball. If you don't train yourself to see the images in the crystal ball, you just gonna keep looking through that motherfucker. But if you practice, really the image is projected in your mirror cells and your prefrontal lobes for you to see it internally. And the focal point is the crystal ball. Most people don't know that. They think they see it in the ball. It's not in the ball. It's in the mirror cells and the prefrontal lobe. And when you understand that, now you can focus the energy, because all you do, the eyes need a focal point, a fixed position to focus on in order for your vision to shift from physical to spiritual. And you're going to see the separation. But you have to train the faculty or you won't be able to use it.
Because it's like I'm a dreamer and I don't dream often, but when I dream, I act on my dream immediately. And it's like so much stuff was revealed to me that I didn't see. It was revealed to me. And then I just cut everybody off because I saw everything in the dream. So I just cut everybody off. So I just,
In
I
tribal
protect my
culture,
energy at all costs. I protect my peace at all costs.
in tribal culture, we used to covet the dreamers because they was able to travel between history and the future to get information to bring to the present in the dream state. That's what you do. But you always get it in symbolism. And sometimes you instinctively know what it means, and sometimes you just can't figure it out until it happens in real life. Then you say, that was that dream I had.
Yep. That's how it is. That's exactly how it is.
That's
That's
because the
exactly how it is.
faculty is untrained.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. And then my last question I just want to ask you, I want to ask you about kids that have like autism. What really is that? Is they stuck in two different realms or what is it?
You know how a scientist be looking at a problem on a chalkboard and you could be talking to him and he had nothing you said? That's what an autistic child is going through. They thinking, they not thinking we want them to think in English and to respond in English. They don't think in English and they don't respond in English. They higher consciousness. It's really a superpower that needs to be developed, and they all have a different way to use it. You have to be observant enough to understand what they're doing so you can understand what they're telling you, because they're not talking in the same language as the rest of the children.
Right, because
They
both
get
of my boys
into that.
are autistic, and they're teenagers now. And I developed them so much to the point where my oldest son, he's about to go to college, and my second son, he can draw his imagination. So I put him in drawing classes, put him in different classes to. He got his own comic book and different stuff like that. So I understand that aspect. It was just that, you know, I just want to make sure that they just good. You know what I'm saying? So I treat them very normal, like regular kids. I don't baby them or anything like that. Don't
Yeah.
shelter them or anything
All
like
it
that.
is, all autism is the IQ above, high enough above average that they have to teach us how to teach them
Mm-hmm.
because they have to dumb down our level to teach us how to teach them, and then they have to go back to their level.
Mm-hmm.
And most parents get frustrated and they think that the child is acting out.
Well, my first son, he passed away. He didn't walk or talk. He was in a wheelchair. So I kind of developed the patience and the, you know what I'm saying, the, to look to, the traits and the signs of my other kids to know that, okay, how to, show compassion, how to love them, how to nurture them, how to, let them stand on their own and work out things for themselves.
What
So,
state?
but that was just,
What city you in?
I'm in New York, Rochester. I'm in the
Okay,
Rock.
so let me tell you what you just told me
Okay.
in tribal code. The crypt key is the handicap symbol,
Mm.
right? That's a blue house fatherland. That sound familiar about what we was going over earlier? Where me and came to
Mm-hmm,
you.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
The crypt key is the symbol on the wheelchair of the person in the wheelchair. So your
mm-hmm.
first son was your key. He came to teach you the patience required for the
His name
next
was
two.
his name was Messiah,
The
and the
Messiah
next two
is
was Savior and Lord.
so the Messiah is the one who brings the message, preparing you. And then the other one was
Savior,
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 right? And then the other one is Lord,
Lord.
right? So you name your three sons:
Mm-hmm,
Messiah, Savior, and Lord.
mm-hmm,
The Messiah is the son. The Savior is from the mother, which would be you. And the Lord is the rank of the son. So you flip two sons, right? One more severe than the other
mm-hmm.
to flip from severity to mercy. Your sons came through to teach you some lessons about life
Yep,
to
I learned
prepare
them.
you one for the
Yep,
other.
yep, yep. Absolutely true. And I learned. Yep.
That's 44 Blue Dick Tookie on the Crypt Key.
The crypt key.
Yeah.
Yep, I learned. I learned. It just and then I mean they're some wonderful kids. When I say they yes mommy, no mommy, you know what I'm saying? Make up their bed when they get up in the morning. Train them. Had to train them. You know what I'm saying? And keep them on a schedule. Keep them organized. Keep them. They have their. But they can make it on their own.
Because you was
So.
following something that said train them in the way they should go.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
So they'll know what to do when they older.
Mhm.
You was being mama.
I had
High,
to.
highest frequency a woman can reach is mama.
Mhm.
And the more
And
children
the
she
funny
have, the
thing
bigger
about
her love.
But the funny thing about it is, I wanted like 11 kids. I wanted like a lot of kids and stuff. And I had three boys. My mom, she had three sets of twins. I got four sisters, six brothers. My mom twin, twin. I got two sets of brother twins. I just wanted a really big family, but I ended up only having three boys. I was like, God, why you didn't give me a girl? I said, I know why you didn't give me a girl, because she'll be a hot mess, because I know me. You
Yes,
know
you
what I'm
would.
saying? I know me. I don't play no nonsense, none of that. And I get that from my dad, but I have a heart of gold like my mom. You know what I'm saying? So,
If you didn't worry about it, if you would have had a daughter, she would have been just fine.
no, she would have
Because
been a
listen,
hot mess. When I say hot mess, I mean no nonsense, just put a foot on your neck and, but classy with it. But,
and that's just fine.
mhm.
But you might have grandbabies from your sons that you do not expect to have.
No, I expect them. My babies want kids. They want kids. They want a wife. They want to get
Hold
married.
on,
They want
it don't.
kids.
It could be at an unexpected time, or it could catch you off
Yeah.
guard when you get the message. But you
Mm.
might not have been preparing to be a mother to 11 kids, but 11 grandkids. You
Nice.
got to remember, you programming your children as you're raising them by talking about your heart's desire.
Mm.
They knew you wanted to have a big family.
Mm-hmm.
So now you sent them on a mission to have big families. And that gives you a chance to rest from the difficulty of raising special children. So now when they start having babies, you will be, your heart through them is what's going to find their mate.
Mm-hmm.
The love that you have for them boys, they can't evenly yoke with a woman whose love don't match.
Mm. That's gonna be hard to find, cause
No, it ain't. Not as not no.
I
There's
said, well,
women
I'm just hoping it's not hard to
you
find.
didn't
You know what I'm saying?
you gonna know when you see them, and you probably have already seen the girls they gonna pick,
I,
but you can't
I,
tell them. So what
mm,
you did was you looked at her and okayed her in your heart.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And now they on the scavenger hunt looking for her ass. You sitting back as mama because once they realize the lessons you taught, they'll walk right up to her like they following a board game. Or she'll walk right up to them, just like it's a board game, right? And when the connection between them, they're gonna subconsciously know she's willing to love unconscious because she's tied to his mama through his heart chakra. That's what holds him there. He don't stay to no woman because she look good, got a fat butt, cute face. She stayed because that love energy that mama got attracted this one to give me that same energy. It's a baton switch on the mitochondrial sponsorship of the Y chromosome.
Okay.
So you chose your sons to be something, and you gonna pick they girls because you're gonna approve of a female and say to yourself something to the lines of, "That's the one I would like to see my son with."
It's funny you said that, because I told my sons, I said, do you mind if mommy find you a mate? And they was like, no, mommy, no. And they was like, yeah, mommy, find us, find us. So, they
You are
wanna
you.
date.
It's possible you already did,
Because I did
because
see, yeah,
yeah,
and
because but
sweetheart.
you feeling her mitochondrial energy. If there's obstructions there, you can't approve her.
Mm.
But if it's clear and she don't have a whole bunch of baggage, it'll be clear. So she got to know how to do self work. When she released that baggage, then you could spot her out of a crowd of 150,000 women. You walk right up to her like you've been knowing her your whole life. But on the surface, you can't tell the boys directly that this the one I want you to be with, because you need them to make up their own heart.
Right.
Fuck they man. You
Right.
need them to make up their own heart. Once their heart made up to match, they become the relay. You and that girl start communicating. And that girl start doing stuff that your son like because you telling on him through his heart chakra. You and the girl don't never have to be in the same room again. And y'all be talking through your son like y'all on the telephone. And he won't even know that y'all having this love language talk between the two of y'all while he's standing there. And then y'all deliver a message and he the messenger, but he not gonna know he the messenger. So she might say something to him that she know he have to repeat back to his mama. Right? When he get back to his mama, you know what this girl told me? Can you believe she said that? And you subconscious, you just nod your head like, yeah, baby, I believe she said it. Because you know when that the communication y'all having is true because he keep delivering the messages that he don't know he delivering that you telling her to send. And that's how my mama made a fool out of me.
Question. It's like I told you when I dream, my kids have dreams too, and they be telling me they dreams and stuff. And one of my sons was in my dream, and it was like this. It's like something held my arms and hit me in the mouth. Imagine if I came and poked you in the mouth, just like that. So I felt it. I was like, this is some bullshit. And then another time, it's like this thing in my face. I just grabbed it and just started whooping ass. The next time I just grabbed and started whooping ass. I'm like, what the hell? What is all that about?
Well, in the dream state, you could be fighting egregores.
Yeah,
Egregores
that's what.
are thought forms. And let's say, for instance, I'm gonna give you an example of how it can work and how you would be protecting your child from an egregore cast spell. Let's say somebody don't like you or your boys, and they try to do some conjure, conjure work, not just conjure work. If they try to just ill wishes, bad thoughts in your direction, those make egregores. And in order to keep your son safe, you don't want them absorbing that energy. So in the dream, you will see it as the murky figures or whatever, because it hasn't taken form yet.
Well, I
It's
see
just
him as like
yeah,
that. And once I see him, I just grab him and start whooping ass. I don't give a
yeah.
fuck. You know what
All
I'm
you do,
saying? And
you
then
fight. Yeah, so it's like spiritual protection for your children against the ill wishes of others.
mhm.
Did that answer you?
Yep, got it.
Okay, sweetie.
Thank you. I
Let me get a
appreciate
few minutes with why not. You're
it. All right. Thank you.
welcome.
All right.
Oh shit. Peace to the God. What up? Peace and polygamy, bro.
Peace, my brother. Peace, my brother. One love.
Salutations. And same fight, different round. You know, life is a boxing match, man. So I'll just be chilling. How you feeling though? You been good, God? It's good to see you,
Man, I've
bro.
been good. I've been good.
For sure. I definitely got a few questions, man. Hey man, I got more
Hey,
than a few
let's
questions.
pick three.
Right, that's what I was gonna narrow it down. I got a few questions, but more importantly though, I got two lessons that I had did that I definitely would love for you to peer review, and you know let me know if they solid or if it, you know what you think about it. So we can say fuck the questions and get to those two little lessons. Is that all right? That's cool.
I can't read through the whole lessons right now.
Right now, it ain't. I was just gonna break them down as it pertains because I got a mathematical equation explaining my eye. The square root of my I squared. I wanted to run that by you and see was it good to go. Also, um the meaning, the purpose of deja vu. And so just to look, you feel me? So because I know you've been on for a minute and it's your second live, man. Hold on, man. Before we get to it, man, I got a fire in a hole one time for the God, man. Teaching
Fire
is
in the hole,
deceiving for
baby.
real. All right, so let's start with deja vu. So of course, deja vu come from a French word meaning already seen. Deja already, voir means seen. But in English, the definition of is remembering something the first time we experience it. So I've been diving deep. So basically, to make it long story short, I come to the conclusion that deja vu is not about just remembering something the first time you experience it, but more about forgetting a clairvoyant experience you had. So put it like this: if I was to say, "Yo, Rod, sit down right now and think of something that's going to happen in the future," that's going to happen. That would be AKA clairvoyance. And then tomorrow, when you experience that in the future, if deja vu occurs, you're going to feel like you remember, but it's not about remembering. It's really about you forgetting that clairvoyant experience you had yesterday. How you feel about that? Is that safe to say? Because you know, it's
That's
see,
a perspective to look at it. But really, deja vu is a marker on your timeline that you put in your book of life to remind you by a similar experience, so similar that you're on the other side of the timeline from it.
okay.
Your mind is perceiving it so vividly because you already experienced it, but it was upside down and backwards or sideways and twist, depending on the mirror effect that you was there when you first experienced it. You probably experienced it 5 lifetimes ago, but
Okay,
until
for sure.
you, but in your book of life is there as a marker for you to remind you that you are in the simulation.
And okay, for sure.
Everybody they have a deja vu in the spirit realm. Put the deja vu in to remind them that they're in the simulation.
So that would
Every
be the
time.
purpose.
And
That would be the
what
purpose.
activates it
Remind them.
is, yeah, that's the purpose of it. Now, what activates it is when something on your current timeline matches something in your past
Mm,
because it's an infinity loop. But the infinity loop is not on a flat surface.
right. It's not linear.
It's up, top, down, bottom. As you experience on the top side, it's going to be upside down and backwards on the bottom side.
Hmm.
But where the infinity loop meet in the middle, you're going to say deja vu.
Right. Okay. Okay. For
So
sure.
it's in your book of life because you plotted out your own book of life. Nobody know you well enough to plot your book of life but you.
Hmm.
Now you start asking yourself, why did I alert myself with a deja vu about this? Because you left yourself a message in the deja vu that you can only activate by asking yourself, why did I do it this way? Because only you know yourself well enough to know why you would put in your book of life deja vu,
Okay. For sure.
right? So the word is the understanding of the concept using a language other than the one we speak
Hmm.
because it's kept as deja vu in English,
Right.
just like c'est la vie. So it's life in English.
Right.
But the reason why we keep it in the English language as a foreign language is to know that what we telling ourselves is not in the language that we speak. but in this language that we translate.
Okay. Would you say the language that we translate would be that experience itself?
We use the word to describe the experience.
Okay, got you, got you, got
Right. But the experience been along around long before the word.
you.
We
Absolutely.
just needed a way to teach each other how to access it. So by giving it a word title description, enough mystics will come along and weigh it out, the feel of it, to be able
Hmm.
to translate the spiritual significance
Got you.
into the three-dimensional reality so we can spill the beans and tell Chief Why Not exactly what it is. So now he can access more information than he could before we told him.
Exactly, because it's like you said, you know, names are titles, and titles are for identification purposes. So we give it the name deja vu in the English language to identify it. Now we can go to work on it. But what we
Yeah.
identify existed before the language, for sure, definitely because
So whoever named it, right? Whoever called it deja vu
hmm
as a moniker term understood the cycles enough to know that when they come back around, there is a resonant frequency that's going to be triggered.
right.
Now, if he is an English speaking mystic, he would keep the foreign language as the description. If he's a French speaking mystic, he going to turn it around and explain it differently to a French speaking person in order to cross reference it and come up to a consensus of how to translate this spiritual information into 3D. So we need to be able to use
Yeah,
it.
so it's basically like more than one way to skin a cat. A person that speak another language gonna call the same experience something else, and they're gonna describe it differently. Feel me? So it would be safe to say that deja vu is you forgetting a clairvoyant experience, because like you said,
You you it,
in your other
it's
timeline, you
it's
experienced
not
that before.
necessarily forgetting it. It's an alignment with it.
Right. The reason
It's
I say forgetting, though, the reason I say forgetting, bro, because when we look at deja vu, it's remembering something the first time you experienced it.
that's
So
not
the
really what it is.
mm, right, I'm saying
Remember,
that's the feeling. The feeling, describing the feeling when deja vu occurs. I feel like I remember something the first time I experienced it. But how
yeah,
can I remember something that
that's just
I
one
didn't?
description. That's not the whole
Okay,
understanding that goes with deja vu.
okay, for sure.
You
Timeline.
describing okay, so the difference in what we're saying is this. You are describing a single portion of what I'm describing. It go
Mm.
with other stuff.
With the timeline and the way we
Yeah,
interpret. Okay, for
yeah,
sure. Gotcha. Yep. So add that to. I definitely got to take that into consideration. What you just said on the real, because I think
yeah.
it was. I knew it was missed. It wasn't like 100%,
No,
but
it's all part of the same thing. You just looking at one part of the weight of it all. But when you have the background on it, you have the rest of the information to use in your formula. You got more to add to give you a broader perspective. So now it ain't on the two-dimensional board. We got it on the holographic projector. And now you can look at it and walk around it from different angles. Oh, this what it is. Then it allow you to
absolutely.
then it allow you to be able to teach when you be teaching your people, you'll be able to give them a more direct understanding of the function of it. And then you can teach because it's a teaching tool, but
Hmm.
you're teaching yourself.
Absolutely.
So you teaching them that once you feel that deja vu sensation in your book of life, you left yourself a message that when this alignment occurred, you will experience this sensation, and we call it deja vu, right? Now, because it matched, you left a message for yourself,
Mm-hmm.
but you will only be able to read the message you left for yourself if you understand yourself well enough to know why would you stop on this as the
Right.
deja vu.
Right. It's
It's a
something about
training
this moment.
tool, right? So when they tell you, man, know thyself, this is like a wrench in that toolbox. It's not the whole toolbox, it's just a tool in the box.
I
And
think.
it's
My bad. Go ahead.
the scribes inserted to create the hiccup needed for you to know more about yourself. So you asking yourself how much do I know about me? If this is
Right.
like this, why would I do this to myself? What would I be trying to prove by going through this circumstance? Right? The deja vu is telling me I left a piece of information here for me.
Why does this experience feel so familiar? Them
Yeah.
type of
All
questions
of
is
that,
real.
those questions is part of the internal dialogue because internal dialogue is your lower self asking for information from your higher self. You sending yourself out to answer the real question. Why in the fuck did I give myself deja vu at that moment? Right? And the
Exactly.
more you analyze the moves you make and what make you make your moves, the more clearly you can see, oh man, I must have been telling myself to do this. So that's the only reason why I would do this to me.
That 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 what that fits my clairaudience lesson perfectly. You feel me? And deja vu. I definitely needed that, bro. And but when we're dealing with clairaudience, like I'm pretty sure everybody has had a ringtone in their ear, right? You hear that ringing sound, zing, and I identify that as a clairaudient. Like I identify deja vu as clairvoyant encounter we having. I identify that ringtone we get as a clairaudient experience. Because clairaudience is the ability to hear, perceive sounds and words and noises that no one else can hear. If I'm in a room full of people and I hear a ringing noise and I tell everybody to shh, y'all hear that? And they say, no, we don't hear none. Y'all don't hear that ring. If I'm the only one that can hear that ring, that right there is a clairaudient encounter. And that is a message that needs to be interpreted, but I need to be on the right frequency, which we do that by becoming still. It's important for us to become still when we're having those experiences, because when we become still, we raise this is how we raise our vibration. The stillness, you become your sensitivity level is gonna strengthen. So you're gonna become very sensitive when we become still, and the message can come to you. You'll know what that ring sound is or the purpose for it. But definitely. So look,
Their
when we
audience, their audience is not just perceiving sounds others can't hear.
mm,
It's more to it than that. It also is receiving the sound from spirit realm that is directly sent to them as instructions.
mm,
Clairaudience, clairaudience also hear ancestors talking in the DNA, right?
so
Helping
not
to
just it's not just dealing with physical noise, like
right,
physical sounds. Okay,
right.
got you. Go ahead. I'm
Because
listening,
it's
bro.
also because it's a psychic faculty. It's also observing the spirit realm to hear what spirit is trying to tell it. Normally, these people have what's called a verbal learning style. They learn by hearing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they will learn an audio book 10 times faster than a speed reader would a paper book. Right? They'll be able to
Okay.
understand it better. They'll be able so they audio learning style is their psychic um, power dominant energy.
Mm, mm-hmm.
Right? So you study learning styles. Get this book why not call Unlimited Power a Black Choice?
Unlimited power, black choice. Hold on, let me write
Yeah.
this down. Power. All right, bet. Gotcha. What is breaking down is breaking down what we was just what you was just explaining now as far as
It got a
audience.
section in there that shows you learning styles that I want you to see. It's about
Okay.
how to help because you're gonna be helping other people learn.
Mm-hmm.
The first of all, it's a beautiful, easy, sweet read.
Right.
Second of all, it got some top tier instructions and concepts in there that can help you organize what you're trying to say and be more perceptive about the differences in the learning style of each one of your students or your children, your wives. It's the understanding of their
Mm-hmm.
learning style where you maximize your ability to teach them.
For sure.
And
Okay.
right, so by that's
Definitely.
why I wanted you to get that. So because once you understand that
Definitely
part,
check it
that's a
out.
good starter kit. But there's books on the subject too. That starter
Mm-hmm.
kit give you a head start before you go to the books. Right.
Exactly. That.
Yeah.
For sure. So look, so with math is my art. I was breaking down math is my art and explaining my art is a representation of a system of equilibrium, basically balance. And I was explaining that through this equation I've created called this what's the square root of my art squared. And so we know that math is math has a language. And so each math equation is really a question. And that equal sign is converted to a question mark. And so if we can translate the equation, we can answer the questions. So the square root of my I squared, of course, we would have to one would have to know the numerical value of my I. Now, so take a swing at it, though, God. What would be the numerical value of my I that come to your mind? First thing that pop up.
42.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I try to let everybody figure that out. They be having a hard time figuring out the numerical value of Ma'at because we know
It's
42 negative
42.
confessions, 42 assessors of judgment in the afterlife, and the 42 regions, the 42 knowns from Upper and Lower Egypt. And so we find out the square root of Ma'at being 6.4807. 6.4807. And then we square that away. That's how we restore balance. That's how my art is restored, coming back to 42. So the square root of my art squared is my art. And I was explaining that equation as far as like, let's say you been convicted of one of the negative confessions. Those are the actions. Now, the consequences of those actions is how balance is restored. So, in order to restore balance, those actions need to be squared away, and that's how my art is restored. Is that pretty sound, or anything you would have to add or take away? You would suggest taking away from that, bro?
So how do that play out in the 3D? What do that look like a person doing in real time to square my
That's a good question. So we're dealing with.
mathematically the mathematical equation because we know that 42 is mine, right?
Mhm,
So when
mhm.
you break it down, mathematics, the square root of 42, the
You
math
went low.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. You back, you back.
Okay. So what was I saying? So
The
when
mathematical
you do the square
breaking down.
root, when you do the square root, the math is accurate, right? Now, now that the math is accurate, you know that the principles are instructions to the judge, but it's not to judge somebody else. You have to stand as your own judge. The negative confessions of mine, you might not answer all of them in the affirmative. You don't have to. That's called squaring my eye.
I
Allowing
like
for a
that's
person's
dope.
defects to be defective in one of the 42 areas, but his intentions to be defective wasn't there, which moves his heart back closer to pure intentions,
Mm.
right? As you
Mm-hmm.
move back to pure intentions, it compensates for the entropy of the
Mm.
squaring off of the defect
Mm-hmm.
under the laws of mind. So mathematically, you building a structure one part at a time of how to put the self back in order,
I like that, G. That's deep.
right? Because why else would you be trying to square off mind? You're trying to find out how to balance the 42 confessions,
How to restore balance
right?
on
Now,
the real.
you have to be able to find the variables of defect and the remedy to resolve the matter.
Mm-hmm.
So squaring the mot is the defect being affected to the whole of mot.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to fix it, the remedy is to determine the intention of the confession.
Mm.
If
Okay.
the so if they get to the part where it say I have not slain, but you did slay to protect your family and your wife,
Mm-hmm. The
the
heart is still
intentions
pure.
was pure
Exactly.
because you serve in the function you designed the function. That squares might away on the balance
And
for the defect.
when we
Everything
dealing with
have a purpose.
the actions, people that have had their bad intentions and they been convicted of one of the 42 negative confessions, is it safe to say that the consequences to those negative actions is how you square away those actions? And the consequences is what restores the balance. Meaning, if I'm evil, but there was no consequences, it will be no balance. My eye restores balance with consequences, but that's when we square away our negative actions. They
And
must be
that's
squared away for
because,
balance.
look, before Anubis allow you to place the heart to be weighed by the feather.
Spell 125. Spell
Hold
125.
on. Listen. Before Anubis allow you to weigh the heart to the feather, you first have to call forth Akasha, which is your sacred record.
Mm, mm-hmm,
As you roll out the sacred record, your intention's purity, even if you was evil, right? Even if you was as evil as the person to walk the earth did the most wickedest. If it was in your nature to be wicked, you can't be penalized for being who you are.
mm,
You can only be penalized for causing damage to others by trying not to be who you are and
wow.
creating the problem. So
So,
when the Kasha roll out, she's matching up the intention matching what you was designed to do. They don't penalize the butcher for butchering cows because he was there to be the butcher. That's that's his job.
right,
That's
right,
his life path. He's following the laws of Ma'at, which is come out to us as the laws of nature when it manifests in the world. It's
right,
natural law, which is first ruled by the great law, apply as the law on the land. We hold everybody under us to the standard that we hold ourselves. If we hold ourselves to a standard that don't allow us to make an error, we set everybody else up for failure that's behind us. Because now their role is so rigid that they have no room because they not you. You tried to teach them how to be you, and their frequency is not yours, right? The greatest
Absolutely.
leaders allow them to vibrate on the frequency they are. Willie D said, let a hoe be a hoe. Why? Because she a hoe. And she don't need no
That's her
other
nature.
reason to be a hoe than the fact that she a hoe. She don't need no. If that's what she is, then she's gonna be what she is.
Hmm.
And if you try to stop her from being what she is, trying to turn a hoe into a housewife that don't want to be one, you setting yourself up for failure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's putting the cancer in your hair.
Setting yourself right up for failure. Like you asking for that shit on the real.
Yeah. That's why the women gotta always vet out any women coming in the family. They might physically beat her ass, but they gonna treat her like a sister when they get done cleaning her up. Saying, long as she fought, she'd defend the family just like she defended herself. She can come in this house anytime she want to. The problem is they building up a team that you have to be on your toes in order to be able to maximize the productive output of the team. You the coach. And you can't put the linebacker in the running back position thinking he finna run a 100-yard touchdown. That's
Right.
very
Right.
highly unlikely to the point of self-sabotage. But now you can try it on the 10-yard line and he might make it through because of his sheer mass and plow through. That's using him in the wrong place in the strategic maneuver. Sometimes you got to use the right place in the wrong place.
Hmm.
Yes. But as the coach, you have to be consistent with the energy and maintaining everybody's energy balance at the frequency y'all trying to establish. That's how those women are creating heavenly environments around you.
Absolutely. My art must be maintained. Balance on the
Yeah.
real.
So it's just a character checklist of building the self.
Hmm.
If I want to build my character, I have to aspire to the goodness of this. Now, notice to every rule, there is an exception. So you can't be held if you are in the position of father and protector and you gotta bust a motherfucker shit wide open to the pig meat till his brains is rolling down out his eyeballs, right? To
Hmm.
protect your children. I don't give a fuck how vile it looks to Earthborn. When you
Right.
have to answer for that for the creator, you did your job as the
Yeah.
father and protector by splitting that motherfucker shit to the pituitary gland.
Exactly. Just like we can use magic. We're supposed to be using magic for protection and for healing, but we can use it for evil and to cause affliction. And so, same thing, like, if you can use this shit however you want to, but if you in your nature, which is a righteous nature, everything you do will be righteous and balanced
So
out,
intentions that matter. Negative
exactly.
magic is just magic with ill intentions attached to it.
Hmm. Yep. Magic used for evil. So let me ask you this last question, oh God. Matter of fact, it ain't even it is a question. So as it pertains to the shadow self, now I know, when we dealing with the shadow realm and shadow work, a lot of people use this terminology, but they don't work with the actual shadow, like your shadow from the light. Like your shadow in the back, I can see your shadow on the couch right now. That shadow, do you have any wisdom? Let me get some wisdom. I need some wisdom on the shadow self, man. I'm all ears, man. I'm talking about your real shadow. Like, If your shadow could speak, what would it say about you? Or is your shadow a part of you or just the absence of light? Because we know the shadow is dark, not black. Black absorbs light. The shadow is dark, and that's absence. But
It's
go
it's a
ahead.
listen. You ever see a movie where they zap somebody with a ray and they leave a dust spot where they was at?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now keep that concept in mind while I explain what I'm about to explain. The shadow is the response of a radioactive interaction with your physiology or any hot subject uh, substance that can project the shadow. It is the um, ultraviolet rays are being trapped,
Mm.
which gives it the sensation of density. But it's really just burning um, your silhouette is being burned through the blocking of the light
Okay.
into the, and it's frame by frame at microseconds. So it looked like it's moving with you. Now, a rare occurrence happens sometimes. And people have observed sometimes a shadow will do some shit they did not do.
That's go ahead. Hey, Trent, you hear him, Trent? On the real. Go ahead, bro.
This is the undercurrent in the light that's projecting a split in two timelines that's so close together that the shadow is projecting at the same time through two timelines. That motherfucker not doing what you doing.
Bro, look, I was shadow gazing one day, right? And I was like 20, 30 minutes into my shadow gazing session. Now I'm gazing into my shadow and I'm just in, a whole nother state of mind. And I noticed my shadow jumped. Now my body still, I'm shadow gazing. And I noticed my shadow jump. You feel me? When it jumped, it ain't even registered like, yo, your shadow jump. I just kind of stayed into the gaze for a couple of more minutes. And then when I came out the gaze, I really came to terms with myself like, nigga, you just seen your shadow move. It jumped. Like, you feel me? And I'm like, right here. I'm not moving. And so, yeah, that shit deep, man. And that's why I know the shadow don't have any substance. You feel me? But it just make me question form versus reality. Because the shadow was a perfect form of you. But you feel me?
It's
Does
a
that
mirror. It's a mirror.
exactly? But if for anything to be
Look,
real,
imagine
it has
this.
to have substance.
If somebody said, how can I see your shadow self? The negative image is the shadow self projected out into the 3D world.
Mm,
But you need the light to be trapped in the physical hardness of the substance. Our shadows is conscious,
definitely is. Absolutely.
because it's our shadow self.
Absolutely.
But we can only, this is how you create the mirror to see your shadow self.
Do you think it's no different than
It's
the
the
dream
opposite of
body?
looking in the mirror.
What? Because we the consciousness inside a body, so we have many different bodies, like a dream body, an astral body, a
Mm-hmm.
daydream body. Is the shadow body would be another body that we have access to, right?
Yeah.
That's safe to say.
Listen what
Okay,
I'm
for
telling you.
sure.
Listen what I'm telling you.
Man,
You know how
that
you
shit
go
deep.
look. You know how you go look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference between the shadow and the mirror image is the inversion of light.
Mm.
The shadow is the mirror that's showing you your
Damn, that
shadow
shit
self.
deep. That shit cold.
The
That shit
same as
deep.
the mirror is showing you your 3D self.
Your shadow was a reflection of you.
Yeah,
It's like, hey, that's deep. That's
it's
deep
a
on the
reflection
real.
and a projection.
Mm-hmm.
It's the mirror for us to see our shadow self, but our shadow self is inside of our physical form.
Just like we have a light body that we have access to, we can access
We
our
have a
light
dark
body.
body.
We have a shadow body. That and so a lot of
That's
people
your
think
ego self.
but a lot of people, I don't think the shadow body is negative, bro. Because when my
Listen,
shadow jumped, it didn't scare me. You feel me? I just kind of stayed into the gaze for
okay,
like
we
2 or 3
guys,
more
right?
minutes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now, but we not in the God form, we in the human form.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now the God form use everything he perceives with the senses of the physical form to remember who the fuck he is.
Mm. Going back to deja vu and clairvoyance. Yeah,
Now, epigenetics tell you that you are not in the body. You are projected onto the body.
from your environment.
Yeah. Epigenetics. That's but it's done by light.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
Now, your ego self is your shadow self. Your shadow shows up as the mirror of your ego, the same as your mirror image show up as a reflection of your 3D self. It's the inversion of light allows you to see the shadow self. Now, the shadow self have erroneous belief system from societal programming.
Break it down. Hold on. Break
So
that.
now you stuck in your lower shadow self and you doing low vibrational shit,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, the clean up your low vibrational shit in your shadow, right? Takes higher thought. That means you have to ascend above your shadow into your light self. But really it's your shadow self.
What you
Okay,
mean?
now
Hold on. What you mean? Ascend above, ascend into my light self, but that light self is really oh, because
every
it's that inversion. That
right,
inversion that you okay, like the mirror, bet.
right,
But
it's
it's
a
the same
reflection.
thing. It's the same thing as the shadow self, the light self,
Now,
basically. Yup, gotcha.
when you hear us say the purification of the ego,
Mm-hmm.
the purification of the ego is looking at the ego self, the shadow self defects,
Mm-hmm.
turn all negatives into positives. If it's a negative that's supposed to be negative, leave it negative. I call that the slap a bitch gene,
Mm-hmm. Right.
right?
Okay.
Because you have to be willing to stay in your position, and sometimes people will try you if you don't
Absolutely.
have the killer instinct. When a motherfucker run up to slap the shit out of them, it can sometimes cost the whole kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
You
every
ain't never lying.
culture, the king supposed to know how to fuck a motherfucker up.
Absolutely,
He's
yeah.
supposed to be the baddest fighter, the baddest swordsman, the baddest horseman in the land
Mm-hmm.
to be the king. He just ain't the king because he said he the king. He get his ass beat.
On the real.
Nigga, give me that crown. Bitch, go sit your ass in the corner.
Right.
Right? So
We've been training Wing Chun a lot. We've been taking like the last year, that's like the next level of why not tribe. You know, we've been training Southern Chinese Kung Fu. You feel me? Shit. I know I've been up here for a while, man. I definitely would love some, a few gems on that, on Southern Chinese Kung Fu. And, if you got some wisdom on that, man, because it's really a big part of our spiritual journey, you
that's what
know.
it was. That's what it's there for. The Shaolin martial arts is ballet. It's not really for combat, but there's a combat form that they don't publicly teach until you
A
get to a
ballet?
certain level.
Wait, a ballet?
No.
Oh, the Shaolin, Shaolin,
Shaolin martial arts
dance.
is ballet.
Hmm.
It's not
I
the
never
real
heard
thing.
that. Hold on. I never heard that though, bro. So break that down for me though, God.
I'm
Because I heard
about
it's.
to.
I know how it's been dancing,
Listen,
traditional
just let me
dancing.
let
So
me cook.
okay, go ahead. Yep.
I'm gonna tell you how the history worked. The Shaolin martial arts have was for what they call the academic, which is the general public, and the occult, which is that which is kept hidden.
Hmm.
The martial arts was taught publicly for people to practice on their own certain forms. That's the ballet version. Tai Chi is the
Mm.
ballet version, but the combat version is the worst martial art you want to run up called Demok.
Democ. I heard about.
Right.
Hell yeah, definitely.
Demok is literally translates to English as death touch. Now, you have to know the, the ballet version because it's training your muscle memory to apply the combat version,
Hmm.
right? The ballet that they doing, I mean, the Tai Chi they doing in the parks every day, that's
Hmm.
what to keep the frequency of community unity.
But that's very prerequisite. We got to learn that Tai Chi before Tai Chi combat. Before we step into Tai
You
Chi
can
stuff.
make you
You
can
know?
create your own Tai Chi. All it is kinetic meditation.
Absolutely. I
So
was just telling my
you can
goddesses
make
that.
your
Yep.
own form.
Yep. And
But
we've
the
been doing it.
form that you see the general Chinese using, that's called the ballet form. That's the public form, the ballet form.
Hmm.
It's not the death touch, but the
Right.
muscle memory is in place now because you've been doing it since you was little. That when it come time for you to learn the death touch, you
You'll
already
have it
have the
down pat.
muscle memory. Wax on, wax off, Daniel's son.
Fundamentals down pat. It'll be
Right.
much easier.
The
Yep.
basics, the training
Yep.
method. Right now, everybody in the country know the ballet version, but one of these MMA fighters will go whoop all their ass, line them up.
Hmm. Yep.
MMA is the modern martial art that had to be derived from the great debauchery, the
Hmm.
genetic waste spill from people genetically engineering people in a laboratory to get their drop of blood, right? One of the things in their fake rulership position that they had to do was they had to develop their own martial art.
Hmm.
The most successful versions of European martial arts from Paleface is two versions. One is what we today call modern mixed martial arts, which is MMA.
MMA. Yep.
All right. Now, they didn't really develop their own style there.
They just took everybody else's and merged them
Right.
into one.
But by using the combat with the cross trained combat artists, mixed martial arts became its own unique fighting style now. So now they can claim they created a fighting style
Okay,
called
for
mixed
sure.
martial arts. If you look at the early days of
That's deep.
UFC K1, you'll see it was cross discipline. Now
Hmm.
everybody is being trained in the martial arts in grappling from primarily from amateur wrestling, which comes from Greco-Roman wrestling. They're being trained in jujitsu, which is Japanese, the art of
They was doing
flipping.
that. They was doing that in Kemet. Not to cut you off. They was doing wrestling in Kemet on the walls. 52
That was
blocks.
that was
All that.
martial arts. That was
Okay.
the
That
original.
wasn't
That
nothing
was the
wrestling.
original combat pre temple.
Cause I ain't gonna cap, bro. Like I got a lot of like for me, people ask what's the best fighting style a person can train for like actual combat, and I say a wrestler, because like a wrestler can fuck a boxer up, a kung fu artist. On top of wrestler, boxing, kickboxing. I got a lot of respect for judo,
Judo is
Japanese
Japanese wrestling style.
I got a lot of respect for that though, on the real. So like Chinese kung fu is more for energy cultivation. We do internal martial arts, and so, but like I know I definitely know it's a big difference. Like the normal kung fu, black belt to get his ass beat by a regular street fighter that be bar fighting
That's
and
because
shit.
he's doing the ballet form. That's
Oh,
what the
okay.
problem. That was the
That, that,
problem with Bruce Lee. He took the ballet form out and started implementing the combat form under Jeet Kune Do.
yeah, JKD. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
So the
another form of
Shaolin
Wing Chun
Temple
shit too.
told him he wasn't supposed to teach the destructive combat form, free form,
Mm,
right? Wing Chun, free form, Ip Man. So he really got hit with the Dema from the Tiger
mm,
Master.
that death touch.
Yeah. He won the fight. It was the last street fight he had the day before. He had that street
Mhm.
fight.
Right.
And he was fighting a Tiger Master from the Shaolin Temple.
Yep.
He won the match, so he thought, but he got hit with the death touch, with the Democ. The Democ work on what we call acupuncture meridians.
Mm-hmm.
It, in certain forms, it'll reverse your energy and it'll accumulate pressure in the brain. And
Right.
you
Shut a motherfucker
rap
down.
fight. If you don't get somebody that know what's going on to unlock your meridians, it'll kill you. It'll cause brain
Paralyze.
hemorrhage.
Yeah, yeah. Paralyzed and kill a
That's
motherfucker.
just one of the death touches.
Yeah, we train a lot of Chena. I don't know if you're familiar with Chena. You feel me? Them joint locks, wrist locks, and finger locks. And I definitely got a lot of respect for the 72 Chena locks. The 72 Shaolin Chena locks. They got 72 locks. And that's like the fun foundation where all the locks and shit come from. So joint locks, you feel me? Like
That's
that.
catch can wrestling. So
Mm,
each one of the joints got a number to it.
mm,
And
mm.
catch can wrestling, you're trying to disable each joint, right? You're trying to
Catch
catch
can
them,
wrestling.
right? Anytime, anything you touch, you're trying to separate the joint. That's catch can. You trying to take your opponent down as fast as you can, hit them hard, and hit them in critical places. You know, when you do your
Okay.
flips, put your knee in their chest, type shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you riding their back, cross face their motherfucking arm with your forearm, try to knock all their teeth out their mouth with your forearm.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's catch can. That's that rough, hardcore wrestling. The wrestling we see in school, like in college, as amateur
Mm-hmm.
wrestling, NCAA wrestling, that is the second degree of it.
Right.
The top degree is catch can, because now that dude from Kosovo over there wrestling with a bear when he was a fucking baby, come over here thinking that a regular dude gonna do anything with this kid.
Right.
He
Hell
got a
yeah, man.
whole different kind of training,
Yeah, it's deep.
right?
Hell
And then his
yeah.
father is
Catch
teaching him catch holds, because every catch hold is an attempt to disable your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
It's the hardest wrestling training because it got to sharpen your eyes, it got to sharpen your ears, you got to be sensitive to the movement, and you got to be fast enough to capture your opponent in a position where you can disable him somewhere on his body.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
And
hardest wrestling.
it usually like I was training with the goddesses earlier, and we be training Chena, not Chena, but Chisao. Chisao, also known as sticky hands. So it's a Wing Chun practice where we stay stuck to each other's hands and try to attack each other's center line. But when we doing Chisao, you feel that you can really feel what you was just talking about, as far as like them locks. And I was teaching them, don't chase and try to get me in a finger joint lock. Just let the lock come to you. You feel me? Stay stuck to my hand and let it come to you. And you feel me? Once they stop chasing a lot, like trying to force a lock, and just let it come to them. When I try to strike, I'm leaving this hand open, grab it, bonsal, tonsal, double chain punch with a lock. And so, absolutely, man, like we can't be chasing them locks. They gonna come, and you feel me? So, man, it's
You
deep,
just got
man.
to
Like,
be It's the confidence builder. Once they got the muscle memory, and they're gonna it build their instincts too.
mm-hmm,
Because the muscle memory go to respond to the instinct before you get a
absolutely,
chance to think. So in the
absolutely,
practice, if you're doing it in the practice, it'll come natural in the action in the time of need.
mm-hmm,
Right. The good
yep.
thing about you doing that hands with your girl, it's also a relationship building exercise.
Absolutely. It's a great way to exchange energy besides having sex. You
Yeah.
feel most men don't do nothing physical with their women but have sex. And so that I've been, I've been noticed that, man. It's a great way for energy exchange on a real. That shit deep, man. I know you got other people up here, man. Shit, hey, I appreciate it.
You the
Yeah,
last one. That's why I saved you for last, because I know we gonna be on here chopping it up. So
no, for sure, man.
I'm about to
You
call
got
it a night. Huh?
you got some more weed. I was gonna say shit. Let's flame up one more time. Shit. What would be your favorite kung fu style though, bro? I know you fuck with Democ, but I fuck with Hungar.
All of the martial arts styles are useful if it match how you actually are as a person. The closer it is to your character type, the more you'll be able to use it to its maximum potential.
So
Right?
basically, like if I was a tall, lanky person, you know, I probably would be better at the snake's form or the crane. You feel me? The snake, you feel me? Because
So
that's how I'm
the
naturally built.
goal, right? So the goal of the snake and the crane style is to use that length of reach
Hmm.
to strike your opponent in critical places with bad intentions.
Right. So the snake will be like for taller people. The tiger style will be for like shorter people with more
Yeah,
power.
done for
You
your
feel me?
people because tiger style rely on you
That
to use your power of your weight in each one of your blows.
and the monkey style too.
Monkey
Monkey
style
style.
is for more athletic, gymnastic type. It would look more like Jim Cotta. You ever
Like
watched
what
that
you feel?
movie?
Jim Cotta. No. What you
So
feel
it's
about Capoeira though?
hold
He
on,
ain't even wink.
hold on. When you get a chance, it's a movie from the '80s called Jim Cotta.
Hold on, let
The
me write this
star of
down.
the movie was, I think his name was, I don't remember his name, but he won the gold medal Olympics and he was going to become the next big action star. But I think he made that movie and one more and disappeared. But the style he's using in there, he's using gymnastics adapted to martial arts.
Mm,
So you're going to be looking to learn two things from watching the movie. That gymnastics was his ballet. And then they taught him how to use his ballet for martial arts.
mm.
Right. So you get to
Jim
see what I'm
Cotta.
talking about.
So
Right. So even though the movie is fanciful and it's fun to watch, it's telling you something about the ballet styles versus combat style. What's meant for artistic expression is to train you to be able to accept the warrior's profession training.
hmm,
You just transferring how you use it from dance to combat, right?
absolutely
So a ballet dancer,
dangerous.
yeah, because they can use the feet like hands. All they have to do is convert it from the dance form to the
Combat.
combat form, and they'll be the king of the ground kick.
And I just found out that,
That's another
Marshall
movie, by the way. Why not?
ground
King,
kick.
king of the
Which
ground
one?
kick.
Man, hey, ask Trent, one of my wives in the comment right now. Watch why not Trent? That's we've been catching up on all the old school kung fu flicks. I'm talking about Buddha Fist. You feel me? All the Wu Tang joints, like the throwback shit. So we got Jim Cotter. What's the other one, bro?
King of the ground kick.
King of the ground kick. Okay.
My man was wicked with them feet. But that
We
would
got
be the
Jim Cotter.
equivalent of a ballet dancer using combat form.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Absolutely.
once you see the concept, then you'll know how to use to learn the ballet form because it's
Yes.
more fluid in action and motion, and then you will know how to adapt it to because you have a combat side too.
Mm-hmm.
Once you see how it shows and plays in these movies, then you will know how to teach your girls in the ballet form, and
Mm.
then you'll be able to practice the combat form with them because you will automatically know how it works
Mm-hmm.
because
Definitely.
you had something to use as a frame of reference.
Definitely. Definitely. I definitely agree. We definitely finna get on that. We definitely train Tai Chi along with, Wing Chun. But I like what you said because, you know, that's right in alignment with, the goddess energy too. You feel me? And I just realized, you feel me, like when we dealing with martial arts, the word martial, come from,
Military,
not even military, bro. I'm pretty sure you already know this, but martial come from the word Mars, Martian, and Mars is the god of war. So this is why martial arts, combat,
military.
war is deep. Like, and so
Look,
like
Sun Tzu is the
martial.
greatest military author in modern history.
Mm, okay.
Right now, the original author of combat strategy was Amenhotep III.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he was the first treatise on war, which is the original rules of engagement.
Mm-hmm.
When you start studying all of the warriors, and you get back there, because he's the one who fought the war Armageddon. That's why you're using the historical reference that people think is coming that ain't gonna never show up in the manner that they thinking, because it already
Right.
happened.
It's already happened. Right.
King of the ground kick.
Mm-hmm. Definitely got to
Somebody
check
in the
that one.
comments just asked for the name again. I
Definitely got
think
to
that's
check
a
that one.
movie too.
Ground kick, kick warrior.
I think that was one of the old karate movies too. They
It
had a
makes
lot of
sense.
names.
It makes sense what you were
Everybody
saying
know
about.
about the Five Fingers of Death, Seven Deadly Venoms,
Mhm. Yeah.
but
Yep.
don't everybody don't know about those other movies that we were talking about, like The King of the Ground Kick,
Hmm.
The Golden Dragon.
It makes sense about the ballerinas because when I watch them, Shaolin Kung Fu flicks, they, how they be standing on, those tall wooden posts and they got to step on those posts and even, engage in combat without slipping off the post. That's a form of ballerina. That's like a dance, you feel me, on the
Yeah,
real.
because the rhythm and
Yeah.
the timing that it takes to land properly on each one is you learn it repetitiously. Hey, my phone about to die out, man. I'm about to call it a night. But
Okay, for sure. Much love.
appreciate you, man, all the
Appreciate
time.
you,
Man, it was
bro.
good
For
chopping
real.
up with you.
You know it, man. Always, man. Much love. Peace to the God, man.
Peace.
For sure.
All right, I think we got enough in for the night. Just a couple questions here. Easter pink moon fertility, why women erased from the garden. Lilith wasn't bad. Lilith was villainized. Lilith, in the movie Ragnarok, at the beginning comes Hela. Hela was the heir to the Big Mama seat, and she was usurped by Zeus and Thor, Zeus and Thor, and Loki was the rightful fatherline heir, and they replaced his position and made him second to the rightful heir. I mean, the heir that they placed there, which was Thor. Lilith is Hela in Ragnarok. And the reason that they had Ragnarok, because she went to reclaim her birthright. And this is what you're seeing happening right now in the women reclaiming their birthright. And it's a new movie that just came out. I heard it while I was in the shower, come across the YouTube promo, but I'm going to find out what it is. It said something about the women taking their power back, meaning taking the earth back. Right. So I tried to do an information dump as much as possible. This was complimented of Black Girl Magic and the Night of the Fire, because she came to burn this bitch down about her daddy shit. They always make me dump massive amounts of data in the name of Black Girl Magic in the redemption of Sada Shakur. So that's how they wanted it to go. That's how it went. Because we got a whole lot of information. All right, so peace to the clan. I'll talk to y'all later.